The young lady had a lot of things, a huge inheritance from her parents' will, as well as the high status of the countess, and the countless number of islands that are the property of the countess's family. The influence was even located on the adjacent sea territory, but now, the girl lies on the sand near the sea. She opens her eyes and turns to Michael, after which she hugs him and thinks that all this was torn to pieces and lost. But more precisely, this should happen soon. Now the girl is heading somewhere with her brother. The aristocrats say that she will return the title as soon as the boy comes of age. And since Lady Araceli is over 20 years old, maybe it's worth holding a coming-of-age ceremony, because the one who first gives flowers to Arcel de Liard, who is the head of this house, can get the count's place himself. Mikkel turns to his sister, but she only turns to him and hugs him, and also says that the boy should not cry because others should not see his tears. Well, the boy agrees, and the main character claims that crying is not shameful. Believe me, he is still a child. Well, if they show weakness, they will be treated with disdain. And now there are only two of them, and no one else can be trusted. The young man then asks if it is really impossible to trust even those people, and the girl replies that they do not feel sorry for them. After all, these people simply had their eye on their parents' inheritance. The young man then asks if this means they are bad, and the girl is wondering whether it is worth telling a child, who is not even 13 years old, about the realities of the court. However, now she answers with a smile on her face, and thinks that it is better to live in ignorance and be betrayed. After which the girl claims that she thinks they can all be considered enemies. After this, the girl and her brother leave. The aristocrats say that the family that held the funeral yesterday decided to ride in such a luxurious carriage. And after all, Miss Liar has no manners. The guy at this time turns to his sister and asks where they are going. Oleg asks if he has heard about the Duchy of Janat. The young man asks if this is really the Duke who owns the sea, and if they are really going to see the sea. Arcel pats his brother on the head and replies that, yes, they will look at the sea and at Duke Janat. The girl also understands that as the son of the head of the house that owns the coastal territories, her younger brother loves the sea, and she has read about it. The young lady realizes that the book brought her here, and she would never have thought that something like this would happen to her. Mikkel was born with incredible magical powers, but before he could demonstrate his talents, Count Liar and his wife were plunged into a crippled sleep as a result of an accident, and all their property. They were literally torn to pieces and pocketed by relatives whose faces the children didn't even know. And then, hearing Mikkel's words that he wanted to see the sea, sister collected the remaining money to go to the coast. But pickpockets stole the last funds with which the heroes had to call a carriage and return, so they eventually froze to the point of falling into eternal sleep. The girl also understands that if everything goes like this, then the same terrible immersion into a crippled sleep awaits her, just like the heroine of the book. But she will not allow this to happen, and she will choose where to sell herself at the highest price. At this time, the young man turns to his sister and asks if Duke Janat invited them. Arcel thinks that her brother is so well trained in etiquette, after which he replies that he is not. But he claims that everything will be fine because they will not go straight to the Duke's castle. Mikkel asks if this is true, and the girl understands that Duke Kale von Janath is known as the Duke of the Sea. This is a nobleman whose true face is hidden behind a veil, and around this time he is to be forced into marriage with the Empress. But a 12-year-old boy won't listen to anyone, and he doesn't trust people, like a person who doesn't like it when his life is interfered with and his peace is disturbed. He will be glad of her offer. At this time, Mikkel turns to his sister and claims that he sees the sea, and the girl understands that since her offer will help with his secret, he will not be able to refuse. It is now December 1991, according to the imperial calendar, and a month has passed since the Duke of Janat's parents fell into eternal sleep, and the girl is sure that now the guy is standing by the sea, keeping memories of his parents. And so it is, because the young lady sees the guy standing in the middle of the sea. Arcel thinks that she knew he was there, after which the girl understands that she needs to calm down, and her brother asks if everything is okay. The young lady replies that it is, and tells Mikkel to be careful because it is quite deep there. Well, at this time, someone turns to the young lady and asks who she is. The man claims that this beach is his property, and he doesn't remember inviting the girl there. Arcel understands that this won't work, after which he greets His Highness Duke Janat, and the guy then claims that it was not about the beach at all, and that he was the target. The girl only claims that she is Arcel de Liar from the county of Liar, and the child next to her is her younger brother, Mikel de Liar. The man at this time only looks at her and is silent, after which he calls the servant back and asks what happened, since the Count's daughter decided to meet with him secretly. The young lady then claims that she has come to make a deal, and that the Duke may need an island nearby that is part of the county of Liar, and maybe he is interested in marrying, not for love. The man then asks if she says, on the possessions of the county of Liar, after which she claims that since she is Liar, who has only recently received an inheritance, after which he bows and offers his condolences, and the girl does the same. She received the inheritance a few days ago, and the guy a month ago. Arcel realizes that around this time, Duke Janat began to suffer from marriage proposals from his maternal relatives, who tried to fish out the position of Duke of the Sea. There were those who directly tried to seduce him, and the foolish people who tried to persuade the young Duke, and also to keep the dominion of the sea in their hands. Now the girl claims that Janat is looking for a bride, and His Highness wants to get a bride on favorable terms for him. And this is not just a past marriage, so it's hard for him to find a potential bride who will understand everything about Janat and keep her mouth shut. Earlier, then he claims that she speaks as if Janat has a flaw, and the young lady asks, how can this be a flaw? And she knows that the coastal waters of the islands of the House of Liar are extremely necessary for him. The young lady also understands the word of the ducal house of Janat. There is another name, and it is the House of Pirates, a family whose illegal income from piracy is more than 10 times higher than their legitimate income, and in fact, their main job is piracy. There are even rumors of a ship loaded with jewels, but there have been a few cases when the water area that belonged to the Count's family and was located in the center of the Duke's possession blocked their passage, which led to their serious losses. A guard who protects the eastern coast by day, and a pirate who threatens it by night. For a guy, the domain of the House of Liar is definitely desirable. The girl also understands that, of course, the one who knows the Duke's secret will definitely lose his head. So now she claims she came to make a deal and thinks she needs to be careful. The young lady with a shaking hand claims that since she has no need, she can give him the waters of County Liar, and in return, he marries her. The guy is silent for a while. After that, the young lady claims that she does not love him, just as he doesn't love her, and she only needs a wall that will protect her brother from danger until that moment. When Mikkel graduated from the academy, the girl also claims that only until that moment will they maintain their marriage. Well, even after the divorce, he may not return the water area. The man claims that he knows what is happening in the county, and their financial situation is not so bad that they cannot afford admission to the academy, to which the girl replies that this is true. And Kale wonders why they came to him. Then, the girl understands that they were being looked at with greed, but she still needs to protect her precious little brother, and she will give Mikkel a chance, reborn as a full-fledged wizard, and then he will not fall into eternal sleep. The girl claims that the Duke needs the sea of Yutyu 200 BS 200 be the House of Liar, and she and her brother need a shield that can protect them. And isn't this the perfect deal? Arcel thinks that this is a perfect loveless marriage for him and her. She also says that of course she understands that her conditions are not good enough to pretend to be the mistress of the ducal house. But she herself thinks that it doesn't matter whether he becomes her husband or guardian, but the content of the contract will not change. after which the young ladies claim that she will not violate the terms of the marriage contract. And after this, the man agrees. The young lady wonders if he really agreed so quickly. Kale claims that she came with a delicious treat, so he won't even think of missing out on it. He also claims that they will need to discuss all the details, after which they will say goodbye. The main character takes her brother by the hand and says that they will go too. However, the young man claims that he is afraid of that man. The girl replies that she too, and she came to him with such conversations without even knowing whether he is their friend or enemy, and now they just need to hold hands and be patient. After which the girl asks if they can handle it. Well, then the girl sees that her brother is surprised and asks what happened, but the boy only claims that their carriage has disappeared. And the main character asks what he is talking about. The young man only wonders what they will do if they cannot return. The girl also thinks that everything is as in the book, but then she takes money out of her pocket and thinks that it was not so, and also offers to find another carriage. The girl understands that unlike the original plot, she has more than enough money for the fare, and she read the novella, so she is ready for anything. At this time, the young man asks what this clatter of hooves is, and the main character already hugs him and hides him behind herself. The girl also thinks that the carriage is going straight there, and they will most likely be hit. Well, then the carriage stops in front of them, after which a maid comes out and asks if the girl is Arcelle Deliard. She also states that her name is Rosetta and that she is the head maid in the Duke's house of Janat. His Highness ordered to take care of them, and the main character then thanks her, after which he wonders if they were really going not home, but to Janat's house. The young lady also turns to her and asks if that's where they need to go. The maid at this time turns to the mistress and asks her to go there. She also states that the girl will go straight to the guest room, but he wonders if she is too tired after the journey. The young lady replies that she is not, after which they head to the guest room, and the guy there claims that he is glad that they came so soon. The girl understands that after meeting on the beach, he dressed up and looks completely different, after which she thanks him for sending a carriage for them, although in reality, she thought that they would be taken to the Lyre estate. The young man replies that they are going to get married, so why should she go to Lear's estate? Well, the girl claims that if rumors spread that she stayed at Janat's mansion before the wedding. However, the guy is interested in what the problem is, even if there are rumors. Isn't it an honor to become his bride? And besides, will such indecent rumors change her decision? The main character is silent for a while after that, and the guy claims that the future bride found out his secret, but was surprised by such an insignificant remark. Arcelle understands that she read it in a novel, but in reality it is so creepy. The guy then asks how she will react if he says that he will order the heads of everyone who spread such rumors to be cut off and the deck of the ship washed with their red liquid. Then Kale also raises her hand and asks if she is not getting married to gain the power of the Janat family, and then using this situation, crush those who behaved rudely to them. And what difference does it make if rumors start? After all, something like this cannot harm the Duke's bride, Janat. The girl understands that before she moved into the book, she had an older sister. They lost their parents early, so instead of going to university, she got a job for her sake. The sister, having thrown herself into the embrasure, matured too early and eventually left her too early. The girl also thinks that she wonders if her older sister felt the same way at her parents' funeral. And the girl remembers how she hugged her brother and also claimed that she would protect him. The boy then also claimed that he too would protect his sister from enemies. The other aristocrats looked at them, and the young man glared back at them, and he also understood that everyone around him was an enemy, except his sister. A week had passed since they had stayed at the Janat family's country house and had received a visitor. Now the young lady is thinking about what a luxurious carriage they have, and whose it is. The local aristocrats do not maintain ties with the Janat family. At this time, the boy turns to his sister and asks what is going on, and the girl replies that a guest has arrived and suggests that they look together. Mikkel wonders what kind of guest this is, and whether he is dangerous, and also whether he should get rid of him. The main character then wonders in shock what he is talking about, and realizes that the guy is still too young to say such things, after which she claims that being too smart is also a problem. And there are many unattainable things, as well as people with whom a collision can result in failure. The young lady also understands that he and this man do not look like a nobleman, so she wonders who he is. The head maid at this time turns to Madame Arcel de Liard and claims that His Highness the Duke has disappeared. He ordered Mr. Michel de Liard to come with her. The main character then wonders if Michel needs to come too, and he understands that the Duke has nothing to talk about with Mikkel, except perhaps the academy. After which the girl comes there, and the guy claims that since he is charming, his fiancé's brother is going to enter the academy. Then it must be at least at a level lower than the Tamila Academy. The main character then asks if he is talking about the Tamila Academy, and understands that this is the very academy where only the most noble of the nobility enters, and it helps develop talents even for those who do not have them. And besides, this academy is famous for its mage training program, and it is said that mage graduates of Tamila can easily make a name for themselves in the empire. And when the girl thinks about Michelle, she becomes too greedy. The girl also answers that, no, and it's okay if it's another place. And the man asks if she doesn't like Tamila, and the blonde replies that this academy is definitely the best possible. But if you consider how much you'll have to spend on connections to get Mikkel enrolled this semester, as well as tuition for Jinnat. But the man is only interested in whether this means that the girl does not want to be in debt to Jinnat. The young lady replies that this is true, after which the brunette smiles at her and asks if she has heard rumors. The main character wonders what these rumors are, and whether they are about a cruel robber or a sea devil, because there are too many of these rumors. Kale then argues that she is obliged to take what he gives her, and that he does not do anything to his own detriment. He also tells his dear bride that the contract has already entered into force, and the girl understands that in the end, it was decided that Mikkel will enter the Tamila Academy. At this time, the man who arrived claims that he is Demian, and also the director of Tamila's academy, and it is an honor for him to meet her. The young lady then wonders if things are moving too fast, and also says that she is Arcel de Liard, and this is Michel de Liard, and he enters their academy. The man then says that this is how he is, after which he suggests going there. The young lady enters the room and sees that her husband is also sitting there. She understands that the very same arrogant director of the academy has appeared, and she wonders what methods he used to achieve this. The girl thinks that now the guy looks impeccable and elegant, but among the raging waves, he is a criminal who treats his enemies mercilessly, and he drowns countless numbers of them in the sea. So she needs to hold on, because if the young lady lets her guard down in front of him, it will simply be eaten. The director at this time turns to the girl and asks if Mr. Mikkel is going to enroll in their academy. At this time, the main character thinks that formally with his appeal, she is burdened, after which she answers that yes. The girl also wonders what they told him, since he is going out of his way to show his friendliness, because usually it takes several months just to get in touch with this arrogant director. At this time, the main character turns to Mikkel, but the boy only remains silent, and Kale looks at him with a grin, after which the young lady in shock thinks what is going on there, and why are they looking at each other like that? The director at this time turns to Mrs. Arcel, or the girl, then claims that it is Mikkel. He enters the Faculty of Magic, to which the man replies that it is good, and the boy at this time turns to his sister and asks if he will become a magician. The girl understands that the novel described that the young man is a general magician who is born on the continent once in 1,000 years, and more accurately could become one. Therefore, if a young man becomes a magician, he will be able to find his calling and live a happy life and not freeze. But if the guy doesn't like it, then she doesn't dare to force him. So she says that the young man can choose another faculty if he doesn't want to be a magician. However, the boy says that since she told the magicians, he will become one. The girl then thinks that as expected from her cute little brother. And then the director says that starting this semester, Mikkel Delir is enrolled in the first year of the magic faculty of the Tamila Academy. He also hands over an application for admission to the academy and claims that after signing the document, he will immediately go to Tamila. And he claims that immediately after enrolling in Tamila, the young man will not be able to meet with outsiders, except for a certain period of time. And naturally, he will not be able to return to the mansion, after which the young man claims that then he will not go. The main character is then a little surprised and asks what he is talking about, but the boy just remains silent. And the Duke turns to him and claims that a child is a child and has no idea what price his sister paid for his admission. He also says what a stupid young brother this young man is, because it looks like all his sister's efforts have gone to waste. The main character then thinks what the hell this is, and why he says this to her brother. The man also claims that until now the guy had been piercing him with his gaze, but it turned out that it was not the gaze of a wild animal, but of an impudent puppy. After which the man also takes the pen in his hands and says that everything is fine, even if the boy wants to miss this chance and stay with the puppy. Wouldn't the vast expanses of the ducal lands be enough to raise such a stubborn little dog? After this, the young man takes a pen in his hands, and the director asks if he has decided to enroll. And the boy just signs the application, and the main character wonders if everything has really been resolved. The man also claims that all that remains is for the guardian to sign. The girl then takes the pie in her hands, and the director apologizes for the indiscreet question. Well, I wonder what the relationship is like between His Highness the Duke and the new student. The man asks if he really wants to know, after which he rises from his seat. And he puts his hand on the girl's hand, after which he crosses out her old last name and writes his own. And he also tells her to remember and claims that this guy is his wife's brother. A little while later, the girl is already seeing the young man off and says that if he doesn't want to go, then he shouldn't go. However, the boy replies that he will go and intends to become stronger for his sister. After all, they were left alone among the enemies, and he would return stronger, after which he left. And the main character understands that that's all. And since Mikkel went to the academy, even if she breaks up with the Duke now, he won't be able to harm his brother. The man at this time turns to the young lady and states that it looks like her younger brother has left safely, and now it's their turn. Arsel asks if he's going to the island, and the man asks, does she even know about him? The main character understands that the true kingdom of Janat is the base from which their house conducts its pirate activities, and the mansion where the Duke is staying is only for show. However, the girl asks if they could postpone the trip to the island a little, or the man asks what she is talking about, and the girl replies that since she will be away for a long time, who should take care of family matters first? After all, the island is not a place where strangers are welcome to visit, so it will be difficult for her to sort out her affairs there. And for her business, she needs to borrow the knight, Janat. The man then asks if she didn't say so, that he doesn't want to remain in debt, and the girl replies that she doesn't think she'll owe him anything for it. She also asks if this wouldn't be an opportunity for House Janat to see how things are going in the Liar family. The girl realizes that currently, all the servants of House Liar are spies sent by other families. However, soon the squad will be joined by one loyal knight, and until he appears, she will use the power of Janat. And although in the novel, the House of Liar Pavel, even before the appearance of that knight, well, this time, it will not come to that. And now, the girl claims that they will discuss the details at home. A little while later, someone addresses His Highness and asks if he is serious about marrying Lady Liar. It turns out to be a knight named Elaha, and the man replies that they have already agreed, so that he should go and help Liar's house. However, the guy then screams asking the gentleman to change his decision, and the brunette claims that if the knight is worried about information leaking about naval affairs, then he should stop. Well, the young man wonders if this is inevitable, if he gets married, because one day they will become strangers to each other, and their secrets will come out. However, the man then turns to the knight and claims that if he opens his mouth again, he will bury him well at sea, so let him stop. And he wonders if the guy really thinks he will lose the battle that is being fought on his territory. And he also asks why the young man suddenly began to contradict him, since he is a man who knows his secret. He declared himself. The man understood that the girl really knew about all the pirate machinations, but since she knew everything, she should have also known that it was better not to get caught by him. The main character enters the office at this time. She also approaches the table and then turns to Sir Ella and asks if he has ever dealt with the affairs of the estates. The guy doesn't even know what to answer, but then turns around and says yes, that he is a knight, not a butler, and the girl understands that he is one of those who cannot lie. The young lady also says that everything is fine, and she knows that there are people who are given permission to handle the internal affairs of the Duchy of Janat, and judging by how much His Highness trusts him, the guy must be one of them. After which the girl asks if this is true, and the young man replies that he was involved in this for some time. And the girl then asks him to help a little, and the guy just thinks, where does she know so much from? Because it's hard to find out about something like this. The girl claims that since she won't be there for a while, she wants to settle all the affairs of Liar's house. In order to calm the unrest among the servants, she asks him to see if her decisions are wrong. The girl understands that before her rebirth, she was a simple schoolgirl, and part of her remembers what Count Liar and his wife taught her. Well, no matter how hard she tries, mistakes are inevitable, and these people are just waiting for that. So now, the girl points to the paper and claims that special attention should be paid to public safety in this area. After all, most likely the Knights of the Liar House were bribed by a third party, but it is worth behaving friendly with them. The young man then asks what she is talking about and whether other families have bribed the knights of her house and are also using them for their own purposes. The girl replies that everything is so and that they are no longer knights of the Liar House, and that is why they will have to work even harder to control the security of the territory. After which, the girl hands over a map and claims that all the noble families in the area, especially blood relatives, have set their sights on the possessions of the Liar House. For them, it is like a tasty piece of the desired pie. But before the piece of pie ends up on the plate, it must be cut off and only then eaten, because you cannot refuse such a sweet treat and let it rot. Therefore, the bribed knights and servants are now conscientiously engaged in the affairs of the estate, fulfilling the orders of the real owner. But the girl wonders if she can't eat the pie they made herself. The knight then sighs and says that it is clear, and it means that the girl really does not mind him finding out about the internal affairs of the Liar House. However, when he wants to take the roll of paper, the girl suddenly stops and claims that she and His Highness the Duke are although temporary allies, and he is a knight whom he trusts, so she will trust him in the hope of cooperation. Ella then says, okay, and the young lady thanks him and also asks if there is anything else she can ask for. A little while later, the knight is already heading somewhere, but remembers the words of his master, who asked why he suddenly began to contradict him, and also remembers the young lady, who said that she would trust in the hope of cooperation, and the guy understands that they are both putting pressure on him, and he can't even object. A little while later, the girl is already heading to the Vicolette with her husband. The guy looks out the window and remembers how the girl claimed that in order to do it, she needed to borrow Janet's knight, and they would discuss the details at home. But the man was only interested in what she would do if he refused, because he didn't like the conditions she proposed. And the young lady replies that there is nothing to be done about it because she would have offered the deal to someone else. Kale also thinks it's a bit weird, but he didn't like this option, and now he's claiming it, that people from the mainland rarely come to the island. The girl replies that she knows this place is the secret territory of Janat, to which the man replies that they really are, and she is also very well informed about Janat. After which he asks that perhaps she also knows that the sea in front of the island is very stormy. The young lady replies that she didn't know that, and the guy says, "That's how it is, and all the strangers who come to the island become its inhabitants. And in other words, they will never be able to set foot on land again." A little while later, the girl is already on the boat and then on the ship. But when she sees the beautiful sea, she only admires it. The girl thinks that the breeze gently tickles her face, and before her rebirth, she didn't have the opportunity to ride a boat, but now she sees how wide the sea is. However, then the ship suddenly tilts, and the girl almost falls off it. Kale immediately grabs her and tells the young lady to be careful. He also asks with a smile on his face, "Is this her first time at sea?" The girl replies that it is her first time swimming so far, but she also thinks that it doesn't matter now. And she also thinks why the unbuttoned buttons of her shirt bother her so much. At this time, the guy asks if she is feeling unwell, and the girl very quickly answers that no, and everything is fine. And also, she just doesn't know where to put her eyes. And more precisely, there is so much there that she doesn't know what to look at first. Kale says it's obvious she's rarely been on a ship, but the sailors here rarely see people from the mainland either. One of them at this time claims that the sea is so calm today. "Hello," the other one replies that it is quiet today. The main character then asks how the people from the island don't allow outsiders there, but she herself wonders if this is really called calm. The young man then says that she is indeed well informed about the island, and he is interested. Will she answer if he asks how she knows so much about Janat? The young lady, with a smile on her face, answers that of course not. She understands that even if she told the guy, he still wouldn't believe her, and even if she did tell him, he might immediately put her into a normal sleep, even though he promised to marry her. At this time, the young man claims that he cannot suppress his curiosity, and then he will have to find out for himself. He also approaches the young lady and claims that he will find out how she learned about the secrets of his lands. The main character then closes her eyes and, embarrassed, tells him to do as he wishes. She also understands that there are people on the island who work with information. They will not disdain to get dirty and even lose their freedom. And if it helps them gather the necessary information, then they will learn everything about Arcel de Liar, down to the smallest detail. Although naturally, they will never be able to find out that she simply moved into this body. After which, the girl also turns to her husband and thinks that it would be better to change the subject now. The girl also claims that she heard that pirates do not like women on board. The main character also looks at one of the pirates, and he just runs away and thinks that they shouldn't look at him like that. The man then sighs and claims that there was a superstition that a ghost would attach itself to a ship if a woman stepped on board, but no one believes in that anymore. After all, his mother cut off about 20 heads from the bodies of superstitious people and threw their bodies into the sea. So he tells the young lady not to worry, because if anyone dares to say such nonsense, they will immediately be thrown into the sea. And the girl thinks that he says such terrible things with such a shining face. Well, then the main character suddenly remembers something and realizes that the Duke's parents were not capable of managing the family business because of their soft nature. Well, at that very moment, the ship hits a wave again, and the main character almost falls again. The guy then grabs her and asks for forgiveness, and also claims that it is much safer than holding on to the tree. He also claims that he is glad that the girl does not try to escape, and the young lady asks what he is talking about. After which he looks at the sky in shock and sees that a thunderstorm has begun and something has crawled out in front of them. Then the girl realizes in shock that it is a monster. But before she can finish this sentence, one of the pirates immediately jumps on him with a huge weapon and immediately sticks it into the monster's eye. After which he cuts the rope from the weapon and climbs back onto the ship. Kale claims that it's all over, and the main character then moves away from him a little and thanks him too, which the man replies that it's not worth the gratitude, and also wonders if she is surprised that the hands of such a lowly man touched her. The girl thinks that she definitely is, but wonders if the Duke of an entire country can speak about himself like that. However, the man claims that he feels like he looks more like a butcher. After all, he doesn't feel anything looking at all this mess. The main character then thinks that it's true, but she almost fell into eternal sleep, and from now on, she will not trust her life to people she doesn't know well. Kale at this time claims that people from the mainland consider pirates to be rude and low people, and he wonders if the young lady has decided to be with such people. The girl then clutches her dress and asks, "Why not?" The man is silent for a while after that, and then he turns to Chris. The guy asks what it is, and the captain says he wants to introduce him to someone, after which Chris comes up and asks if he called, and also claims that he is the main assistant. Kale turns to the young lady and asks if she would like to introduce herself, after which the girl agrees that her name is Arcel Deliar, and in the near future, she will be Arcel von Janat. One of the guys then goes into shock and screams, "What is she talking about?" The main assistant, looking at the guy, understands that he himself was very surprised to hear about this from the captain. The young man at this time says that he did bring a stranger, and she wonders if the captain plans to bury her at sea later. The main character then wonders what he is talking about, and then he claims that even if this happens at sea, rumors that the next head of the Liar House has disappeared, there will spread throughout the continent. And the young lady wonders if he really thought that His Highness the Duke was the kind of man who would bury his bride at sea. The young man immediately cries out that he was wrong and deserves to be plunged into eternal sleep. Kyle, at this time, claims that his bride said everything for him, and the captain's assistant wants to taste the seawater. That will be so, and the young man then claims that he was mistaken and behaved rudely, after which he also understands that he has not yet introduced himself, and claims, "Who is the second mate of the captain and deputy commander of the night squad of Janat named Li Jian?" The main character then silently looks at the guy, and the man claims that, as is known, the mainland is not aware of the existence of the island of Janat, and also only the most devoted servants and members of the Janat family know about him. He also claims that now the girl is also Janat, and so she became a sea person. The main character only smiles after this and says that it is not bad, after which the girl approaches the ship's railing and realizes that the current near the island is more turbulent than she thought. At this time, a guy comes up to her and claims that this current leads to Anna, that is the homeland of monsters. The main character then says that this is how, after which she realizes that she almost became food for monsters, and she should be more careful. But at that very moment, one of the ship's workers jumps in front of her. The main character is a little surprised by this, and also thinks, what if he had fallen? The man then asks if the girl was surprised by this track, and claims that in the future, she will be shocked even more, and the girl is a little surprised, and also asks if it is really about monsters again. At this time, the rest of the knights approach them, and one of them asks the captain if he will drop anchor. At this time, one of the maids goes to Mrs. Shayate and then says that His Highness's ship has landed. The woman then asks why the girl is so fussed, and the young lady claims that it seems the authorities have arrived. Shiata asks if this is a sea guest, and the girl replies that no, and thinks about how to say this, and also claims that she is not a sea guest. After all, she is the future bride of the Duke. The woman then wonders what this servant is talking about, and the girl claims that this is His Highness's bride and also the mistress of the castle. Shiata claims that the chieftain will never take a girl from his continent as his bride, and let Lila be tied to the bow of the ship on the next voyage. The girl then claims that she is serious. A little while later, all the maids greet the master. Welcome back. The head maid is also there and asks if the flight went smoothly, after which she also sees the young lady and understands that it seems to be the one from the mainland. The woman also greets the sea guest and also claims that they will make sure that the island does not disappoint her. Well, the man then says that the woman should not treat the young lady like a sea guest because soon she will become the mistress of this castle. Shiata thinks it's a great joke and also wonders if this girl is from the mainland. Well, she still says that she will do as the master orders, but she is interested in what about the sea guest, which is already there, and the man tells her to leave it as is and follow the usual procedure because it is an order. After which, he also turns to the young lady and asks if she wants to eat. First, one of the servants is also standing next to the Duke with a stack of papers, and these are the matters that Kale must sort out. The man claims that he will come to her a little later, and the girl agrees, and then the guy says to take her to the dining room, to which the head maid agrees. The main character also looks down the stairs and sees one of the rooms there where the maid brings food. There is also a man sitting there with a desperate expression on his face. A little while later, the maid approaches the girl and claims that she can be called Shiata there. The main character says that for now the woman can call her Arcel, and the head maid agrees with Mrs. Arcel and also asks her to wait a little because soon the dish will be brought. But at this time the maids also look into the room, and one of them asks if she is against fish. The main character wants to say that yes. Well, the other maid then screams, "What other fish? A guest from the mainland has arrived," and the girl talks about fish because it is obvious that she prefers meat. The maid then says that the fish is delicious, but her colleague asks if her brains have really become salty from the seawater, and after all, the lady has swum across a sea full of fish, and now she is offering her the hated fish as a dish. The main character claims that she will like everything, and the head maid at this time sighs heavily and tells the two to clean up. The main character only laughs after this, and the maid says that as the mistress sees, they still have not been taught noble etiquette, and if she is uncomfortable, she will send them to another place. The young lady then just smiles and replies that everything is fine, and anyway, but then she notices that the decor and moldings are out of fashion, and it is also immediately obvious that the owner has not been there for a long time, and she thinks that she will manage everything there as the owner for some time. After all, this will be a wonderful experience before she later becomes the full-fledged mistress of the Lyre House. And the young lady claims that she will be on the island for a long time, so she should get used to it. The woman then realizes that she thought this girl would be an ordinary sissy aristocrat, but now she says that and asks the lady not to be shy and also to speak up if something is wrong. The main character then says that it's a kickback, and the woman suggests that she let him know if she needs anything. Their girlfriend says that then tomorrow she wants to take a little look around the residence. Well, the woman agrees and claims that she will bring her the residence card tomorrow. She also claims that since the captain has been away for a long time, he has a lot of work to do. And the main character says that since he is busy, they will see him tomorrow. But she herself understands that if she thinks about it, by this time, the sea guest's meal should have already ended. And that conversation between the Duke and Shiata, it seemed a little strange to her, so she wonders who they call a sea guest. At this moment, someone enters the room and apologizes for the wait. It turns out to be the Duke, and he asks if the girl will spare him some time, after which desserts are brought into the room. And the man asks what her plans are after dinner, and the girl replies that she doesn't even know, and the guy says that perhaps she's just tired from the long journey on the ship. Arcel claims that she is tired, but he shouldn't worry, because it's not going to wander around just anywhere. And despite the fact that she knows Janat's most important secret, he may have other secrets that she shouldn't know, even if she starts digging from the first day she arrives at the castle. Who knows? Maybe she will also become a sea guest. The Duke only smiles after that, and also asks if she knows about the sea guest. The young lady answers that she does not, and understands that the sea guest was not mentioned in the naval. However, from the atmosphere in the dining room, everything was clear anyway. So now she claims that she does not know the details, but it is unlikely that this guest will return home safely. The young lady understands that there is no point in calling a guest who has arrived on the island of Jannat, because this island holds many secrets. The man then claims that his bride is much smarter than he thought, and there is a superstition that if you refuse a guest, then on the next voyage, you will receive punishment, because when guests come, sometimes they treat them with hospitality, but only until midnight, and during the day when the sea god watches over them, they treat them as precious guests, and after midnight, they deal with the uninvited, and they call such people sea people. But he also claims that it doesn't matter, and the girl can wander anywhere. After all, the local people are used to reading the currents, whether at sea or on land, so they won't bare their teeth in front of their future mistress. And if anyone dares, then let her order him to be thrown at Anna, the young lady, also remembers. As the Duke said, this current leads to the homeland of monsters. And this is a swamp filled with monsters. The girl with shaking hands approaches her cake and realizes that it is the dark and rough current that washed her away. If she had shown a moment of carelessness, but now when she looks at the guy, she is a little embarrassed, and she thinks why he looks at her like that, and also claims that everyone is similarly wary of people from the continent. The man simply pushes one of the desserts towards her and asks if this means she is not going to do anything. And the young lady is silent for a while and tells him to immediately let her know if the topic under discussion is unpleasant for him, even if their marriage is by contract. But she doesn't want to hurt his feelings. The man then claims that whatever she does will not affect Jannat. The young lady then feels a little insulted, and the man claims that he doesn't care if she decides to buy a huge castle on the mainland or build a new lyre mansion. After all, she can use a separate room as a dressing room, and he does not object to such small expenses, and also let her not be shy about going wherever she wants and take whatever her heart desires. The man also claims that Jannat will spare nothing for her. A little while later, the young lady wakes up in her room. The head maid tells the lady that the morning is very fine, and the young lady wishes her good morning and understands that after yesterday's conversation with the Duke, she could not sleep. The woman at this time claims that it is already early morning, so she has prepared a light snack. And the main character asks what happened to yesterday's sea guest, and the woman answers that they gave him to the sea. The main character then eats a tomato and says that it is clear she also thinks about what she can do while she is there. And she also thinks that to begin with, she shouldn't make any luxurious purchases, because if she can't pay, she will become a sea guest or be thrown into the sea. By getting married, the girl prevented the possibility of Lyre's possessions being taken away from her and does not dare to get into even greater debt. But in addition to the water area, Lyre has another big advantage, and this geographical location is all on one side, the property of the Medjuis, with their grain region, and on the other side, with the sea. And this can be used profitably if security is strengthened, so that people can freely pass through their territories. First, she will have to take the knightly squad into her hands, and the Knights of Jannah have something to learn in this regard. Therefore, the girl tells the maid that today she wants to look at the knightly squad, to which the woman agrees, and claims that she will then warn the guys on the parade ground. Well then, someone screams, turning to the lady, and the maid asks what kind of behavior this is, because there are guests there, to which the girl asks for forgiveness, but claims that this is an emergency. The woman then asks what happened, and the girl doesn't even know how to answer, after which she claims that the ship disguised as a merchant vessel collided with a group of monsters, and there is nothing on him for fighting, and all that remains is to fight hand to hand. Therefore, Mrs. Shiata must come to the rescue. The woman claims that she has been off the deck for a long time, and the main character then thinks that these are the people who work in the castle, and that they are the ones who are ready to go on a ship as a pirate in an emergency. The girl at this time claims that the knights control Anna's borders, so there is no one else to lead the way. Well, the woman wonders why it is that suddenly you are in the southern waters where the current is especially difficult. The main character then asks if the monsters are intelligent, and the maid answers that it is impossible because they are stupid. And there is even a curse word on the island, more stupid than Lotta. Well, the girl claims that if they are chasing prey, they can chase it from the eastern waters all the way to the other end of the continent, and they are good at navigating the currents. After which the young lady says that it is good, and they will do so, and also draw something on the map. The maid then tells Mrs. Arcel that she draws maps very well, and the girl then claims that the ship disguised as a merchant vessel is somewhere there, and the currents are going something like this. And that means the monsters need to be replaced in the Lyre water area because strong westerly winds blow there, so the current changes course. And when faced with the wind, the monsters will slow down, and they will use this moment to defeat them. The maid replies that it is possible, but asks if everything will really be okay. The main character replies that she cannot help but know such things about her own possessions. But if they doubt the success of her plan, then she will go in person. The maid, then a little puzzled, says that it is not necessary. After all, the girl is a guest from the mainland, and she can't even believe it. After which, she says that if the lady allows, then can she take the card with her, to which the main character replies that of course. And the main character tells Shiata not to worry, because she can look at the parade ground at any time. And now only she can help the ship, and the maid is a little surprised by this, after which she bows. And he says that he will call other maids to take care of the mistress, after which he apologizes for leaving her. The main character only tells the woman to hurry up, and when she leaves, then Arcel waves to her, and the woman understands that although this girl is from the mainland, she understands the sea and knows Janat's secret. And besides, she is of noble origin, and now she says that everything is really so. And another maid turns to her and tells Mrs. Shiata to come quickly. The main character then leans against the window and wonders if everything will be okay, but if she was wrong, there will be big problems. But the girl then thinks that she is sure that everything will be fine, because before making a deal with Shanat, she thoroughly studied the waters of Lyre. Well, now, the girl looks out the window and wonders if Kale von Janat is there with Sir Elaha, and it looks like he finished work in Lyre and has already returned. The man looks at the young lady at this time, and she wonders if he heard about Shiata leaving, but he must think that she is interfering too much. But after that, the guy just turns around, and the young lady thinks where he is going because she is in that direction. Well then, someone comes into the room and greets the precious guest and also states that Mrs. Shiata ordered to take care of her. The main character then says that they are fast, but then he thinks what kind of atmosphere this is, after which he even sees traces of red liquid on the dress of one of the maids, and also her cold look, after which she thinks, what is it? The maid only smiles after that, and she claims that they were ordered to make sure that the guest did not get bored. So she asks if she would like to take a little walk along the shore, and the lady hasn't gotten used to the sea here yet. The main character claims that she would like to look around the inside of the residence first. Well, the woman asks if it wouldn't be better to go to the meadow nearby, because there are lots of beautiful flowers there that you won't see in the Khan Empire. The girl then realizes that they are trying to take her outside the fortress, but the castle of Janat is located in the very center of the island, and nearby are the families of vassals who have been engaged in the pirate business since the time of Kale's grandfather. And a month ago, when the guy received the title of Duke, then all the families, except for one, Kale, rebelled, plunged into the eternal groan of traitors, Members of the Van Ryle family were the only ones who did not participate in the clause. The Duke left the loyal Van Ryle in the east and sent the families of the remaining traitors to the south of the island, cutting off all ties. The girl also understands that she had not seen these girls on the island before, and that they appeared as soon as Shiata left, which means that this is the work of the vassals. Well, the young lady then thinks that since we are talking about flowers, then I should agree. And the maid, then with smiles on their faces, says that then they will take her. And the girl claims that she wants to look at the flowers in the garden, and says that there are probably plenty of beautiful flowers there too. The maids then respond a little colder, saying of course, after which the main character heads into the garden. And the woman points to one of the flowers and claims that it is called anorexia. The main character says how beautiful it is, but she thinks that she doesn't even really know what the flower is called. One of the maids claims that they want to show the lady the meadow before the sun sets and asks if she minds if they speed up a little. The main character replies that she likes the view of the fields at sunset and agrees, after which the woman tells the girl to follow her, and the young lady wonders what kind of family she is from. But she hid in broad daylight in the very heart of the Janat residence. But then the main character realizes that the time has come for them to meet. But then the Duke turns to the girl and asks what they are doing there. The young lady asks His Highness if he was also in the garden, but the maids told her that beautiful flowers bloom in the meadows nearby. The man then claims that it means they came to admire the flowers. He also approaches the young lady and asks if these girls were brought from the mainland without his knowledge. The maids are very frightened by this, and the Duke turns to his wife and says that she probably likes red flowers, and they say that there are plenty of them on the mainland. The main character asks what he is talking about the man claiming that she knows a lot about the island. And he also asks if she knows how they get rid of garbage there. The young lady then thinks that they really are from a family of rebels, and these girls must have wanted to use her to bully Kale von Janat, and that's pretty stupid. After all, a man would never risk his life for the sake of a bride with whom he is bound by a contract marriage. And he now claims that he only recently cleaned up, but apparently forgot something else. And so, he also takes his sword out of its sheath and says, "What a pity it is," after which the young lady only hears desperate cries. The man then approaches her and claims that since the girl has kindly collected dust for him, then he will be obliged to treat her. However, when the main character looks at this terrible picture, she only trembles. After which the Duke states that it seems she does not like red flowers after all. He also covers her eyes with a handkerchief, after which he turns to one of the knights and tells him to fall there, and also tells the girl to close her eyes, and he will help. And so, as not to get dirty in the pollen of red flowers, and the young people understand that in the future she will join hands with this man. For those very hands that in one moment can plunge someone into eternal sleep. But this is a bit strange. The man at this time claims that now everything is over, and in fact, he doesn't like red flowers either. And the girl thinks that when she touches this hand, she feels calmer. When they are already at the table, the man claims that he saw Shiata when she was rushing to help, and she said that the girl helped her, and the young lady claims that there was no way to delay. The man then claims that a wonderful bride has appeared in Janat's family, and that she should be well served. The young lady then says that she was only a little scared, but now everything is fine. After which the Duke claims that he is glad, and has long since expelled the Tastelli. Well, they are still there. The girl then understands that she has already heard about them somewhere, but when she sees that the Duke has fallen silent, she is a little surprised, and also understands that this is a chance to start the conversation that they have postponed. So now she starts talking about marriage, and the man says he's listening, and the young lady thinks whether it seems to her that he is slow in answering, after which she claims that the condition of their marriage was that Mikkel graduated from the academy, so it would be best to divorce immediately after her brother's graduation. However, the Duke claims that they have not yet discussed a wedding date, and she is already planning a divorce. The girl then realizes that this is so, and claims that she actually thought about it. And the man claims that he heard that the families of the Eastern Sea are eager to get the territory of Lyre. And the young lady replies that this is true. And the man says that in that case their marriage should become known throughout the continent, including its eastern part, so that those targeting Lyre will tuck their tails between their legs and disappear. The girl replies that yes, but wonders whether it would be too disadvantageous for Janat to first marry with pomp and then get divorced. Although with his face, remarriage will not be a problem, and the girl understands that no matter how much she looks, she is always surprised by his beauty. The man at this time claims that it is necessary to prepare so that everything goes quickly but on a grand scale, and do this in 6 months, at the most, because they will meet this deadline without any problems. The girl then replies that no, she doesn't think that this will happen within 6 months. And then the man asks if she lacks something in Janat, and the girl replies that she says this as Lyre's successor, and she will become a full-fledged head when she turns 20 years old, and only then will she have full power over the promised water area. The man tells the young lady not to worry about it, because the people who are targeting the sea possessions of the Lyre house will gradually disappear. And besides, as far as he knows, the younger brother of the late Count Lyre is still alive. The girl replies that this is true, and understands that they never saw him before the funeral, and he was the first to covet the title of head of the house. And if it weren't for her, he would have had priority in getting the title, not little Michael. The Duke says it's better to announce the wedding early to show that wolves can lose their own heads, and that for the duration of the marriage, his name is hers. The young lady understands that this is definitely the best choice, but the devil never does anything at a loss for himself, so she must stand on her own. Without relying on anyone, you must become a wall that Mikkel can lean on. And now, the young lady claims that she does not want to hear that House Janat gave protection to House Lyre, and she herself will take revenge on behalf of Lyre. Therefore, the girl suggests that they get married when she turns 20, because she still won't be able to refuse the marriage since Mikkel has already entered the academy, and she will remain on the island before and after the wedding. The man then says that she can do as she wishes. But at this time, someone turns to His Highness and claims that she has brought what he asked for, after which the Duke tells the woman to come in. And the main character, seeing this, is a little surprised, because it is a bouquet of flowers, and it is being handed to a young lady. The girl asks if these are flowers, and realizes that this was her request to Sir Ella before sending him to the domain of Lyre. The girl then asked if she could ask for something, and when the guy agreed, the young lady said that after he was completely finished, Sylvecchia flowers from the garden at the Lyre estate, and brought them to her. The man then asked if she was talking about blue flowers. The young lady realized that Sylvecchia flowers are generally known for their silver color. However, at the Lyre estate, under the influence of Mikkel's powerful magic, they turned blue. These flowers would become proof that Sir Elaha really was you. But now the young lady wonders why the Duke has them. The man replies that they do, and he thinks how to tell him about this, because at first he asked in shock why the hell he prepared a bouquet for Lady Lyre, and then he took it from his hands and said that he would give it to him himself. But now, he claims with a smile on his face that Ella is busy with knightly affairs and asked him to pass them on. The guy then only insisted to His Highness that it was a misunderstanding, and the main character says that this is how it is, after which he thanks the man for passing them on instead of him, and he says that you're welcome, after which he asks if the young lady likes blue flowers. And it is not necessary to ask to bring them from the mainland, because Janat's garden is full of beautiful flowers, and she has already seen not only red flowers there. The girl replies that she simply likes the Sylvecchia flowers from the Lyre estate, and the Duke is silent for a while after this, but the maid claims that there is another parcel for the lady. The Duke then asks what it is, and the young lady asks if this is a letter from Mikkel. The girl claims that he must be busy adapting, or he sent the letter anyway. The young lady also asks His Highness to forgive her, but claims that she will return to the room first to read the letter, and the man at this time thinks that he sees such an expression on her face for the first time, after which he says that of course she can. And the young lady immediately thanks him and runs away, leaving the man alone. Then he turns to the maid and tells her to leave too, and agrees to something. Then the man is left alone and recalls how the young lady was proposed to marry. When she turns 20, she also claimed that she would stay on the island. Now the man just smiles, but then looks at the empty space in front of him, and he throws his head back on the chair. He says that when Mikel de Liard graduates from the Tamila Academy, they will divorce. This academy has very strict graduation criteria, so there is plenty of time before the divorce. But since we're talking about this guy, maybe it wasn't worth sending him to the academy. But then the girl went to another family without thinking twice. Now the man just sighs and also wonders why his head hurts so much. Well, in any case, when he gets the Liar water area, the contract will be over, and if the waters of House Liar are like an eyesore in his hands, then no one will be able to resist House Janat. Then the man takes the bell lessons and bequeaths it to the main servant. The woman then enters the room and asks if His Highness called him. The man understands that the mission of the House of Janat is to catch monsters throughout the Eastern Sea. And now he wonders if there is news of the ship from the South Sea. The young man also thinks how hard it all is. And the main character at this time reads the sheet where Mikkel wrote how his sister is doing. And after all, this is the first time he's sending her a letter, so he's wondering if it will definitely get there. The main character thinks what a cutie he is, after which she continues to read the sheet, which says that, as the girl said, he entered the Faculty of Magic. And he didn't know that he could use magic, so he asks if Sister Guest Arsel thinks that she knew for sure that he would succeed. The young man claims that when he becomes an excellent magician, he will be able to help her in everything, and also claims that in the envelope there is a flower that he made with the help of magic, and such a flower will never wither. The guy also wrote that he made it because flowers don't grow well in the maritime climate, and when he remembers that they are surrounded only by enemies, he wants to be with her as soon as possible to protect her, but he will not give up and will finish his studies. The girl then sits down with a piece of paper and starts writing a sheet to her brother. There she writes that she misses him, and the knights at this time finally come out on dry land and cry out that they are alive and also rejoice that they are on land. Their colleagues also tell the maids to prepare food and water. One of the men cries out that he thought he would never feel the ground under his feet again. The maid then tells one of the pirates that he looks better than she thought, and the young man asks what she is talking about, since he almost became food for the monster. But thanks to this, they managed to lure out the stupid Lotta, and he wonders if it's true that the plan was invented by the guest who came to the mansion. The girl replies that she personally drew the map, and a little while later, they are already at the table. One of the men then asks how a person from the mainland knows so well how to draw sea charts, and the other asks if she is really from the mainland. His colleague then claims that he thought that the hostess would be a young lady from the mainland was just a fantasy. And even though they call her a person from the mainland, she knows the sea well, and that's another story. Well, then they all shut up and then ask if they can now openly pirate. At this time, some man comes to the villa of Janet's house, and the maid claims that His Highness is currently away, and if he is on the same issue as last time. However, the man only screams after this and claims that he is obliged to see His Highness, so let the woman contact him again. At this time, the young lady's brother is rushing around the academy. He bumps into someone, but immediately apologizes while running, and then runs to his room. He also takes out a knife and opens the letter. It turns out to be a letter from his sister, and the girl writes there that she is glad that he got to the academy safely, and she also received his flower, and she herself cannot do this. But in the middle of the flowers that bloomed on the island, she chose those that most resembled him, and made such a pressed applique from them, and she hopes that the boy will like it. The young man then looks sadly at the flowers and remembers his sister, and also says that he cannot use such a thing as a bookmark and would rather attach it to the truth. The girl also asks if he had a fight with anyone there, and the guy claims that he seems to hear her voice. The young lady also indicated in the letter that he should remember that if things get really tough for him, he can always come back because the main thing for her is that he is happy. The young man then says that even if it is hard, he will not leave. He is also worried about what he had to leave his sister alone with that man. And he also remembers how the Duke said that he didn't understand what price his sister paid to get in. So now he understands that he has to graduate and reads the last line, which says that later she will write to the guy and misses him. The young man also understands that if he thinks about it, he will be able to receive letters from his sister more often than once a month. It also says that the girl will get married after she turns 20, and she is wondering when he will be able to come. The Duke is at the table at this time and asks what this maid is talking about, and whether she is talking about the Marquis of Bay's eldest son. The woman answers His Highness that yes, and he repeats again and again that he wants to buy more. He says he wants to get more and is ready to double or even triple the amount. The man then says that's how it is, and the young lady wonders if they are talking about the spice Alay, Jannat several times, and this fragrant substance from the western part of the continent that conquered the hearts of the aristocrats of the eastern part of the continent. But in fact, the reason for the real value of the spice. However, the man at this time claims that he has no idea why he is begging like that, but it seems like people from the mainland like the smoky taste, although he wouldn't understand it. The man also thinks that there are a lot of fish dishes there, and fortunately, the girl seems to like everything. And now he asks if his bride wants to try the young lady. She replies that of course, and the man says that since she wants it, let the maid bring it. However, the woman then asks, what about Nilamedi B? And the guy tells the woman to send him back because there is no reason to undermine the trust of other families for a small profit. A little while later, the main character is already in her office and drinking tea. The girl understands that Kale does not know yet, but there is a reason why the nobles from the east are so diligently searching for this spice. After all, this fragrant substance contains magical power and it attracts many people. That's why they literally go crazy about the spice. And eventually there were people who monopolized the flavor additive by raising the price several times. These were the mages from the Mage Tower, located in the center of the continent. Although the connection between magical power and the spice was not discovered, but later this connection would be accidentally discovered by her uncle Pei, and he will get a huge profit from this. And when the girl remembers that, what the Viscount did to the Liar House, in the novel he cannot turn a blind eye to. The girl also understands that to begin with, she will simply break the deal with him. At this time, the maid approaches the young lady, and he asks whether to take her. The girl understands that if she tells about Alea, that would be of great benefit to Jannat, that she already knows too much about the island. It looks strange, so it's better for her not to arouse even more suspicion. Now the young lady turns to the maid and asks if she will bring her some alay, if it is kept in Jannat, and also some writing paper. The maid replies that it is some kind of coal powder, and asks what the young lady needs it for, and the girl replies that she has never seen it, just like Mikkel, so she wants to send him some. The girl then says that it is good, and she will tell the lady to bring a bottle for her brother's sake. The main character understands that the islanders hate Ale, and now she is thinking what is the current price of Alaya. But she understands that this amount is enough for a family of commoners for several years, and she thinks that this supplement is a little expensive. But nevertheless, for the Jannat family, this is very little. And since Mikkel is a magician, then he will definitely understand what it is. And after Ale becomes a luxury, she will talk to Kale again to increase the profit of money, even though Jannat's main occupation is piracy. Kyle will never give up a profitable business, and then she will offer him another deal that will help both Janat and Lyre. But the pirate Janat doesn't know why Ale is so valuable, and most likely the problem isn't even that he doesn't know, but he simply rejects what he doesn't like, even though magical power is the source of life. But now the main character is silent for a while, after which she thinks that maybe the islanders hate the spice, not because of the smell, and perhaps their hatred for Ale is connected to the magical power contained within him. A little while later, a maid enters the Duke's room, and the man asks what happened. The head maid replies that it is nothing special, but it concerns his fiancée. The man then wonders what it could be, and Shiata claims that it seems his fiancée is interested in magicians. The Duke then asks what she means, and thinks that maybe the girl is interested because she is from the mainland. And according to the investigation, there were no magicians in Lyre's house, so she can marvel at them. But the time is not quite right, and the man wonders why she became interested in magicians on an island where there are none. But then he finally realizes that there was a poppy in her entourage, and it was one cheeky puppy. The woman at this time claims that she has found out the current price of a lei on the mainland, and seems to be going to make a deal with the mages. The man asks if she wants to sell the spice to the mages, and the woman replies that yes, and in addition, the girl sent a letter to her younger brother, enclosing a little of this spice. The Duke thinks whether the girl is interested in Ale and the magicians, and sends Ale to the younger brother who is studying magic, and now the man is wondering if magicians and the spice of Ale are really that. Somehow it is connected, but something else worries him most of all. And now he asks if the maid reads her letters. The woman replies that yes, and she reads it after, which the Duke tells her not to do that in the future. The maid then wonders why, and the Duke understands that it is because of her. He might get offended, but then silence hangs between them, and then the man just sighs. The island can leak out because of this, but he just lets such a dangerous situation slide, only because it might offend her, after which he turns to Shiata, and he asks if she remembers what recently happened in the garden, to which the maid replies that of course she remembers, and the man turns around and looks out the window. He sees the sea and the mainland beyond it, but that's where the girl came from, and will return there, so now he claims that he doesn't know. The maid asks the gentleman what he is doing, but he only claims that he doesn't know why he did it then. After all, it was definitely ineffective, and he had to find out who was behind the maids, and not to smear them, but he was too angry. The Duke understands something. As the maids tried to dodge the sword, something reminded him of them, and they were clearly from the Testelli family, so he thinks he had to capture them alive and use them as evidence against this family. And now he asks why the hell he acted so rashly. But the Duke also understands that when he sees these eyes, their golden hair like sunbeams, and the girl's, and also when she looks at him with her soft smile on her small round face, she seems so sweet. But then the man suddenly bangs his fist on the table, which surprises the maid a little, and he just wonders what he's thinking about now. But then they hear someone talking behind the door, and someone turns to the lady and also claims that he will report her arrival, to which the girl agrees. But the Duke then tells her to come in, and the young lady enters the room and asks if she has disturbed him. The man replies that he does not, and the young lady states that she has some proposals and also wants to arrange a reception. With the presence of traitors in the Sea of Janat, the man then asks if she is talking about magicians, and the girl thinks, how does he know, after which she answers that it is true, and she wanted to invite them to talk. The man claims that she suddenly became interested in magicians, and the girl responds, as far as she knows, organizing a reception is the right of the hostess of the house, and the Duke replies that everything is so, and the young lady wonders if they can go together. Kale asks if she wants to go together, and the girl claims that if he is busy, the escort could be someone from the Janat family whom he trusts. The Duke realizes that perhaps his expression now suggests that he won't be able to go anywhere, and of course, he's not interested in a banquet with magicians present. But now he claims he will go, and the young lady asks if it is true, and the man asks why not. The maid then just puts her hand on her head and thinks how much has fallen on her because it's a complete headache, and the young lady replies that everything is fine, and then they go down together, after which she claims that she simply thought that he did not like magicians. But when the girl wants to finish her sentence, then she suddenly closes her mouth, and the man then replies that he does not love, but cannot leave his bride alone on the ship, swarming with these dubious characters. And besides, it's the first banquet, in which she will be introduced as the future mistress of Janat. The girl then asks if he pays attention to those who surround her because of their wedding. And the man replies that yes, and that is exactly why. But then he wonders if it's okay if they continue the conversation in the afternoon. After all, unfortunately, as the owner of this island, he has a lot of things to do that he must deal with first. Then the girl goes into her office and realizes that the appointment is scheduled for a few days, and we need to contact the mages, and we also need time to deliver. Allez. The young lady now claims that mages do not like shiny things. So, let the maid keep the glittering decoration of the ship to a minimum, provided, of course, that it will not become a problem in an emergency. And also, let her not forget to place security in places where it will not be obvious what the woman agrees to. And he thinks it's amazing. But this is a young lady who hasn't even really debuted, but she handles everything as if she had been to many receptions. The girl at this time turns to the maid and says that she needs a suitable outfit because she would like to get acquainted with the young social circles of the East. The girl also understands that at the reception, she will be introduced as the wife of Duke Janat, so she must look appropriate. The maid replies that regarding the outfit, the captain wanted to see her first. The young lady then wondered if His Highness the Duke wanted to see her, and a little while later, they are already heading in a carriage, and the girl understands. What was definitely written in the book was that there were no carriages on the island, and she now says that she thought there were no carriage houses on the island. The man claims that they were not there until now, and the young lady is a little surprised, and then asks if it was recently made, to which the man replies that it is true, and he couldn't let his precious bride saddle the horse. The girl then thinks what he's talking about, but thinks that it doesn't matter anyway. But then she still remembers that Arcel doesn't know how to ride a horse, although most nobles learn to ride as teenagers. But Arcel couldn't do anything, and now she thanks the Duke and also wonders where they are going. The man replies that he heard the appointment is in just a few days. He wants his bride not to worry about things that a hostess shouldn't worry about. The main character then asks what things she shouldn't worry about, and the man says, for example, what to wear, after which the young lady smiles and says that's it, and is also interested. Are they going to look at the clothes now? To which the man replies that there is a family of craftsmen living on the island. What creates clothes? And the young lady realizes that this guy is more caring than she thought. But Duke Janat from the book, unlike other nobles, preferred to wear a modest black and white uniform instead of festive clothes, because it was quite troublesome to operate a ship in luxurious clothes, so it was described. This man doesn't care about clothes, but he is so worried about the appearance of his future wife. The man at this time looks at the young lady and then states that they are there. The main character then gets out of the carriage and thinks where they are, but it looks like an ordinary house. At this time, the couple turns to the captain and greets him, and also claims that they have been waiting for him. Then another knight runs into the room and addresses the captain. The main character is a little surprised by his appearance, and the guy greets the captain and Lady Arcel, but the Duke only tells the guy to dress properly, after which the young man asks why he is like this and turns around. and also asks for forgiveness and says that he will not be for long. The main character then says that this is the Sir's mansion. Lee Jiana, and the man claims that he should have warned her about it. It turned out awkward. The girl then says that although it was strange, she would like to know why they brought her there, after which the woman claims that they are taking her there. However, the Duke then raises his hand and says that he will take care of everything himself and let them remind Lee Ji-anu of manners. And the boy's parents say that they are very ashamed and then leave. At this time, Kale extends his hand to his wife, and he says that he will take her, after which they head to one of the rooms, and the young lady becomes interested. Does he often go there? To which the man replies that he remembers going there once. He was 6 years old and has not been there since. The young lady then says that she thinks clearly. Was it written in the book? She also realizes that she is gradually learning things about Kale that were not in the book. Then they also go into one of the rooms, and the girl realizes that it is full of outfits. The man at this time leads her to the dresses and claims that they all belong to her. The young lady realizes that their design resembles Kale's form, while the boy claims it. What if a young lady wears one of these dresses? Anyone who sees her will understand that she is his wife. The young man also approaches her and claims that if the girl is seen in this dress and does not show respect, then let her remind them that she is the wife of Duke Janat, and at least in the Eastern Sea, she is not lower than the emperor. At this time, the main character thinks that he is too close, and the guy at this time takes one box. Then she opens it and takes out a decoration. The main character thinks what it is, and the Duke at this time only turns to her, and the young lady wonders if this is why they came there. Kale claims that he wanted to pick out the right dress for her, but he's not sure he hit the mark given his fiancé's high standards. The girl realizes that this is the style of clothing that she usually wears, and also wonders if he was really looking closely. At this time, the guy asks her if she likes this dress, and also affirms it, that it seems to him that it will be good to reckon with him, after which he asks him to forgive and puts an earring on her lady. The girl understands that from choosing clothes to choosing accessories, he took care of everything, and now the young lady says that he seems to be good at it. The man replies that when you are at sea for a long time, you learn a lot, and finally he asks the girl, will she close her eyes for a moment? The young lady then wonders what he's going to do, but she closes them anyway. However, he thinks what happens, after which the young lady feels something cool on her face, and when she opens her eyes, she realizes that it is cream. The man wonders if she is really that surprised, and the main character thinks that of course, yes, but answers him that no, and is only a little surprised. The guy then puts a lock of her hair behind her ear, and he takes another remedy, and also claims that he learned something from his mother, because sometimes she said that she needed to get some fresh air, because the island winds are choking her. The main character then asks if it's a soul, and the man answers what exactly. And she felt unbearably sad there, and she was also disappointed with the island. And she said that the stories about the honesty of the islanders are lies, and according to her, the locals are much more cynical than people on the mainland. Well, the main character then thinks that Kale is also an islander. The man claims that at that time, he was still too young and did not understand, but the locals cannot say anything to a person's face, even if they find a person disgusting. So they sent his mother to Anna. The main character then asks what he is talking about. He also understands that the now deceased Duchess Janat was put into eternal sleep, along with her husband, as a result of an accident. However, Kale believes that the islanders specifically sent his mother to Anna in order to put her into eternal sleep. So now she asks if he was close to his mother, and the guy then becomes interested. Which of them is she talking about, her own or her stepmother? The young lady then wonders if Duke Janah was married twice, and the man claims that she knew the secret of the island, but she had never heard anything about him, and he didn't even think that she, being a bride, wasn't particularly interested in her groom's past. The young lady also understands that it was simply not in the book she read, and now she claims that everything is completely different. The girl then remembers how the Duke claimed that he had banished the Testelli long ago, but they were still there. And now, the young lady remembers that the previous Duchess Jainat, who in the past was Inette von Testelli, came from the family of the current rebels. Due to poor health, she and Kale hardly saw each other, and he had been at sea since his youth, so they had no chance to get close. So, now the young lady claims that it is possible that the Duchess of Testelli, and the man replies that yes, and also that this woman is his stepmother, and it was because of her that his mother was sent to Anna. The main character then thinks that perhaps, even as a child, the boy knew the true reason for his mother's immersion in eternal sleep. But his mother was simple-minded and narrow-minded. So being the strongest knight, she could not refuse anyone, and she always took the initiative. But there was no one who wanted to go with her to Anna. And finally, the news of her immersion in eternal sleep reached them. The young man also claims that if she had a little more power, no one would dare harm her. But at least sometimes it seems that way to him. And unfortunately, no one supported his mother. But this does not concern her, so let the girl not be shy about using the name Janat. And also, let her not go to dangerous places for the sake of others. The guy also asks her, in his thoughts, not to let herself be put into eternal sleep, after which he claims that she is there, all on her food, thinks that it is a little strange. After all, she thought she knew everything about Kale von Janat. But the strange thing is that she still feels his tenderness. At this time, the guy claims that it seems that the preparations for the reception are finished, and let her take this dress. And the main character at this time clutches her dress and remembers her past life. There, her older sister said that she knew, and it seemed to her that this man also liked her, after which she also apologized for the fact that she got divorced. And she also claimed that she would cry only today and no more. And now the main character understands that now her duty is to protect Michael, after which the young lady turns to His Highness and also thinks that for the sake of Michael, she should not die, and she can't fall in love with Duke Janati, and she's sure that he doesn't have any feelings for her. The Duke then asks what it is. A little while later, they are already at the table, and the man watching the young lady thinks that he wonders if she eats so well because of the fact that she is preparing for the banquet. She had to spend a lot of effort, but then someone comes into the room and tells Mrs. Arcel that a letter came from her younger brother, the Duke, then thinks why talk about such things during a meal. And the main character claims that she has been waiting for this letter for so long and asks if she can open it right now, to which the man agrees. And the young lady thanks him, after which the maid hands her the letter and approves it, that after dinner he will bring her a paper so that she can write a response, to which Arcel thanks her. Yes, the Duke feels abandoned, after which he wonders whether the girl would be just as happy if this letter were from him. The main character then asks if he really wants to tell some secret in the message, and if so, then let him tell her now, because now they are only there together. And isn't it better than writing a letter? The man then thinks about the word together, and she thinks why it sounds so sweet. The young lady at this time reads a letter from her brother, who wrote that, frankly, he did not expect to receive a letter from her, but he is not at all against it if she continues to surprise him like this. But he also wrote there, it was a letter, but I was interested in what kind of powder she sent him. And the main character understands that she knew it, because the guy immediately guessed that the spice was filled with magical power. The young man wrote in the letter that he feels pure magical energy from him, which is liked by magicians, and not only them, because ordinary people who are able to sense mana will also like him. The girl then looks at the Duke and wonders if he is talking to ordinary people who are able to sense mana, and she thought so, because the islanders feel rejected. At this time, the Duke turns to Shiata, and he tells her to bring paper so that she can write an answer. The woman agrees with His Highness, and the main character thanks him, after which the man smiles, and a little while later, the girl writes a reply. She claims that it seems that Mikkel really liked Ale. The Duke then thinks for a moment, after which he says that he will give her brother many more spices, and since his brother-in-law likes the ale, he will send him a bottle when it goes on sale. The main character thanks him, but wonders why he would care so much about the younger brother of his future wife, and something tells her that these two don't really like each other, but this is a great chance to improve their relationship. The girl also understands that Lyre and Janat's estates are located nearby, so even after their divorce, they will often cross paths, and in that case, it is better not to get into debt. So now the young lady asks how she can pay for the ale that he will send to Mikkel. The girl also claims that for Lyre such a sum is very significant, although for the Janat family it is mere peanuts. The man replies that yes, the young lady is interested in what she should do. She also understands that it is not that she does not have enough money, but that she needs to somehow get by. Therefore, now the girl claims that if he allows it, she will give him the first part of the sum and a little later the other. But the Duke at this time asserts that there is no need, after which he slams his hand on the table, and also says that they should go because Janat doesn't need her money. The young lady then wants to object to something, and the man claims that if she wants to repay him so much, she can do it differently, after which he asks her to come a little closer. The main character is a little surprised after this, and the man is then shocked, thinking about what he just did. The young lady then wonders if it is because of the upcoming reception, and she is not confident in her acting skills, but she will do everything right, so he should not worry. The Duke then understands that she does not understand the hints, and these words seem to have wounded him to the very heart. But the man then comes a little closer to her and asks if he can do whatever he wants on the ship. The man also claims that as the organizer of the reception, he can take care of the magicians, but if she has any business with them, he will understand everything, and also hopes that he will be able to live up to her expectations. A few days later, the day of the reception arrived, and the main character was already looking at Alay's pile. The young lady also says that he prepared so much, but it cost the Janat a pretty penny. The girl remembers how she asked him to prepare some ale for use at the reception, but she understands that she asked for a little, and Kale prepared much better than expected. And even though he doesn't like magic, he doesn't seem to see anything wrong with developing a relationship with them. At this time, the young lady is approached by a maid, who claims that the captain also sent an ale to her brother. The girl also understands that the spice ale is ready, and preparations for the reception are also finished. The young lady realizes that everything is fine with the food. Well, then someone approaches her, and he asks if the girls like the spices he prepared. The main character then asks, is it really His Highness who claims that? Of course, but why did he prepare so much? It wasn't worth it. The man then tells her to think of it as a gift from Janat, and the young lady agrees also, thinking that the magicians would definitely like it. After which, she asks His Highness to take care of her this evening, and the man approves that today they begin a married couple in everything, except one. The young lady then asks what he is talking about, and the guy tells her to just call him Kale. The main character then asks what he's talking about, and the man replies that at today's reception, he is officially introducing her for the first time, and asks if she plans to continue calling him His Highness. Announce their marriage. They did not hide it either. In social circles, people have a keen eye, and the magicians you will encounter today love to gossip, so you can't look awkward around each other. However, when the girl read the novel, she thought about how beautiful his name was and how strange it was to pronounce it. The man at this time turns to the young lady and states that two people who are going to get married should not be embarrassed to call each other by name, after which the main character agrees and calls the guy by name, and he then responds, and he also calls her by name. The young lady understands that it is still embarrassing and thinks how others do it. But for the Duke, it's like a trifle. Kale smiles at this time and then extends his hand to his wife, and he says that now they should go. The young lady then extends her hand to him in return, and the ship departs. Arsel approaches Kale and claims that the mages will board the ship at the port. The man replies that he has seen the report and the main character asks if he will then listen to her request. The Duke replies that yes and let her speak, and the girl asks him not to say anything during this reception, but the Duke is a little surprised, after which she just smiles and wonders if she is really telling him to shut up in such a sweet voice. He also asks what the reason is for this, and the girl replies that it produces too scary an impression to be comfortable making a deal with him. The man then realizes that with such an innocent face, the girl has hit him in the gut, after which he thinks that she somehow made a deal with him, after which he wonders if she really looks scary. And the main character wonders if he is seriously asking about this, and also thinks how to tell her, because she really thinks so. After which the young lady says that he is frightening, and understands that when she first arrived on the lands of Janat, then I saw a scene that was impossible to ignore, because everyone was wearing black. Everyone was in mourning clothes, and they were people from families that Kyle had purges. The guy is now just silent and wondering if she is also afraid of him, after which he asks about it. The young lady then replies that she is afraid, and the man moves closer to her, and he also says that his dear bride should then answer this terrible man. The young lady then asks what he is talking about the guy, so that she can clearly answer this scary man looking him in the face. Why is she so afraid of him? The main character is then a little surprised and wonders if he is really that upset about it. What she said was that she was afraid of him, and it seemed that this was not at all what he wanted to hear from her, after which she claimed that he was the master of this sea, and because of one of his whims, and lying on his command, she can be plunged into eternal sleep. The man then asks what about the contract, and the girl replies that even if there is one, if the guy wants to put her into a crippling sleep and declare war on Liar, then she will have no choice, and if she goes into eternal sleep, then everything will be over. The man then asks if this means that she cannot trust him, and the girl shakes her head and claims that he is a fairly reliable business partner, and she also says that it would be good if what she said did not happen, but what to do if one day lightning hits the mansion and destroys it. The guy then thinks that he doesn't like it, and he draws the line with words about a business partner, but it is the young lady who pushes him away, and the young man wonders if she herself did not allow him to do whatever he wanted on the ship. And now he wants to cross the line that Arcel drew, and he approaches her face. However, the main character then turns to Kale and asks what he is thinking about. After all, it seems they were saying that the magicians had reached the port and would be there soon. The man then, in shock, thinks what he was thinking about just now. They are much later, and the magicians are already boarding the ship. One of them greets the young lady and claims that her name is Medea and that she is also the head of the second section of the Mage Tower. The protagonist then greets her, and the Duke only watches silently. The young lady claims that she is Arcel de Liar, and next to her, as they already know, is Kale von Janat. Look, then they only think that with this look you can take life, and the main character at this time claims that he is her future husband, after which the Duke smiles, and the magicians looking at him are shocked and wonder what just happened. Someone on the ship also claims that it is leaving soon, and one of the magicians then says that they will go. Well then, the maid turns to the lady and claims that she has prepared a cabin where she can rest if she gets tired, to which she agrees when found. Well then, he looks at the two maids and thinks that Rosetta and Shiata are so similar, and the girl also thinks that they are really twins. Shiata then claims that one of them will have to leave, and the main character asks why, and the maid replies that as far as they know, on the mainland, and there twins are considered a bad sign. The main character then thinks that you are from and as a settler from another world. She does not understand this, after which she claims that she doesn't care, and the maid then bows and leaves. The main character then says that everything is fine, and the woman claims that the maid is not leaving for good. Also, Rosetta's previous owner hated twins, so apparently she was shocked by her words. Arcel claims that she doesn't think twins are anything strange, and she doesn't believe in such superstitions. The Duke is then a little surprised by this, and then smiles, and the maid understands. What, like the previous lady, and this one say the same. Arcel claims that it turns out that she needs to be cut off and thrown into the sea. About 20 heads to stop people believing in this nonsense. The two are a little surprised by the young lady's words. However, the Duke then remembers how he told the girl not to worry, because if anyone dared to speak such nonsense, he would immediately be thrown into the sea. The maid now claims that what the mistress said was enough, and that no one would dare to doubt the words of the future mistress. And the main character then says that they should talk during the reception. Hey, the woman asks what she's talking about, but the girl claims that they had most likely been separated for a long time. One of them is a maid of the mainland mansion of the Genat family, and the other is a maid on the island, and the chances of them meeting are not so great. Therefore, the reason for their dispersal may be superstition, but she doesn't think so. Kale's doing so. The young lady thinks that after the banquet, she should find out who separated these two and invite Rosetta to the castle. At this time, the magician is watching them and wondering what is going on there. But she came there out of curiosity, because when she received the invitation, she thought it was some kind of evil joke. But the heads of the first and third squads had the same thoughts. That's why they thought that what happened in Janat's house 50 years ago had been forgotten. One of the previous dukes was known for drowning mages, and the current Duke Janath can't stand mages. And the girl thinks, can such a person arrange a friendly reception, after which she meets the man's gaze? Well, when they see how coldly he looks at her, they think that it's impossible, and most likely it was some other person. At this time, the main character approaches Madame Medea and asks Ira if she is having a good time. The girl then replies that it's already unusual to be at a reception in the middle of the sea. The main character says that she is happy, after which she takes out some bottle and pours its contents onto the food. The girl then asks what it is, and the main character replies that it is a spice, and he asks if she wants to try the bottle. The woman takes it in her hands and is very surprised. She understands that, even if it's just a little bit, she feels pure magical energy like from the mana elixir that was used in ancient times. So now she asks what it is, and the young lady replies that it is a spice called alay from the western part of the continent, and in recent times it has become very popular in the Eastern world. The girl then wonders if something similar can be easily found in the West, and the main character replies that it is not so easy, but the House of Janat imports it on a regular basis. Medea then asks if they could sell it to the Tower of Magicians periodically, and the main character replies that trading is not difficult, but the current batch is already completely booked, after which she heads with her husband in the other direction. And when they go a little further, then the main character thanks Kale, after which he smiles. All the magicians look at this in shock and think what they just saw and who it is. They also wonder why the Duke has such an expression on his face and whether these two are really in love, but they look closer than the rumors said. Well, they also think why Lady Lyre's reaction was a little strange. The main character at this time shows them many jars of spices and also tells them they divided it between themselves, and if they liked it, they would contact the Tower of Magicians in the next quarter. Arcel also states that if they like it, they will contact the Mage Tower in the next quarter, if the woman replies that, of course. But when the young lady states that she will also contact the first and third departments, the magician says no. The woman understands that the guys from the first and third departments are only doing research deep in the bowels of the tower, and they don't need such a precious resource that can restore energy in an emergency. But for the second department responsible for practical magic, this is an extremely necessary thing. So now she is screaming that the second department will buy everything. The girl also holds out some kind of artifact and claims that it is a means of direct communication with her, so she asks to contact her in the next quarter. The main character says that she sees that they really liked Ale, and also claims that she will definitely answer them, and she swears by the name of Arcel de Liar. A short time later, they are already leaving the ship and wishing Lady Arcel all the best, and also wishing the Duke of Guba this healthy. The main character then turns to Kale and thanks him for fulfilling her request. However, the Duke then says that she already knew that they would want to buy Ale. The main character then curses in her thoughts, and the man claims that from the design of the reception with the magicians as the main invited guests, she knew everything from the very beginning, right down to the spice Ale. The main character then thinks, what is he talking about? After which he claims that Mikkel told her everything, but she didn't know that they would like it so much. The man smiles after this, but understands that it is all a lie, and says that it is clear. He also recalls the maid approaching him and claiming that she had been investigating for some time to understand. How did Mrs. Arcel know the island's garden bed? But it seems that this is their limit. The Duke then claimed that even the intelligence department of Janat, known for his competence, he was unable to find out anything. And now he is wondering if there really is a channel unknown to him, allowing the exchange of information, but he personally destroyed all the traitors on the island. And besides, judging by her behavior today, the girl knew not only about the island, but also about Ale from the very beginning. And she tried to avoid suspicion by writing an official letter to Mikkel. And this is all a carefully thought-out lie. Now the guy removes his hand from the young lady's shoulder and understands that a person with such information is dangerous. And also, it is enough just to twist this snow-white neck. The main character then turns to Kale. But the man, seeing her face, still stops and then claims that it's time to go back because the sea wind is cold. A little while later, the main character finds herself in her room and sighs heavily. She understands that she knew it was a big deal, but was the fact that she was throwing a banquet too conspicuous? Now the main character also slaps herself on the cheeks and understands that there is no need to worry too much. After all, now she needs to focus on selling Ale and what will happen next. It is now 993 in the Empire, and she first met Kyle in December of 991. Therefore, the girl claims that there is not much time left and understands that soon he will receive great help from her when she manages to pull off this deal. A few days later, the maid comes into the captain's room and claims that Madame Arcel wants to see him. The man then thinks that finally, and the maid asks whether she should ask the girl the reason, but he replies that no, and he already knows her. To which the woman replies that it is good, after which she tells Mrs. Arcel to come in. At this point, the man realizes that after several days of crazy actions, she is finally ready, and the girl probably plans to sell the spice to the Tower of Magicians. The main character then approaches Janat, and she claims that she wants to propose to him. The guy replies that he will be glad to listen and let her sit down and they will talk. The main character does just that and claims that Janat has not had a very good relationship with the magicians for a long time. The man replies that yes, and disgust towards them is in their blood. Well, he wonders why she suddenly brought up this topic. The main character understands that it is necessary to set the conversation in the right mood and thinks about how to do this, after which she states that then she thinks that it will be problematic now to conclude a deal between Janat and the Tower of Magicians. The man then just drinks his tea and claims that she is right, because if he sees them again, he is afraid that he might not be able to restrain himself and will have to start a war. The young lady then claims that this is why she would like to handle the deal. And since among the Janatsi she is the only one who could do this, she would like to propose, and she is thinking of making the magicians raise the price of the spice significantly. Thanks to this, Janat's income will increase greatly, and in the long term, the business will grow to the scale of the entire continent. And of course, the income from the piracy business is much higher than that, which is reported to the imperial family. But the profit that is not reported is not the money that can be freely disposed of. The man at this time understands that she has a confident look, after which he claims that in his opinion, there is no reason to increase profits by trading with these vile types. But the main character claims that she will take all communication with the brands upon herself and he has nothing to worry about. The man then asks what the price of her offer is, and the girl replies that the price is 50-50. House liar will receive half of the profits for 6 months, and if the profits are more than twice the usual, the division will be 60-40. The man then wonders if this is too much, and also ponders whether this is really a business proposal and not extortion. And probably everything started because of a lay from the very beginning. And there is probably also a way to import ally directly to House Liar from the West. But now it's impossible without his permission. And the guy says that this is too impressive a division of profits. And also, isn't it too amazing a woman to become the mistress of Jannat? The girl answers that she could do business with the dignity inherent to the mistress of Jannat. But her proposal will benefit both Jannah and Liar. The man at this time understands that he is afraid, but he doesn't want to lag behind even one step, after which he finally agrees, but claims that he has a condition in return. The main character asks what it is, and the guy claims that during the conclusion of all deals on the spice alley, they will be constantly close. The main character then asks what he is talking about, after which he states that it is good, and if he wants it that way, the Duke understands that when the girl uses the means of communication received from the magicians, that can reveal the secret of the island's existence to the outside world, and he must remove everything that could pose a danger beforehand. That's how he will answer if he is asked about the reason. But now he is thinking why he can't take his eyes off Arcel. And here he is, an athlete, and he won't be able to give it. The young lady then says that a lay will need to be delivered in the next block. However, the girl then notices something, after which they head there and then go back, and Makar puts his finger on the red ink and then puts his fingerprint on the document. And he says that the man should also put a seal. The Duke is a little surprised by this and then smiles. He also understands that this girl's actions cannot be predicted, after which he signs the document and hands it to the young lady. The girl thanks him, but then asks if she has anything else to offer. The man asks what, and also wonders what other extortion deal she wants to pull. And the main character wonders if she can invite Rosetta to the castle. The Duke then realizes that the girl seems to have been touched by the story of these two that she heard at the reception, after which he says that it is possible, but Rosetta will probably be late since she needs to look after the mansion. She says that it's okay if she arrives later because she just wants the sisters to live together. Kale tells her to do as she knows, because in any case, soon all personnel issues, except those concerning the knights, will be in her power. The main character thanks Kyle and claims that she thought he wouldn't refuse. The girl also says that then she ran and let him rest and leave. The man is left perplexed and wonders what just happened. A little while later, the main character is already using the artifact for communication. Medea claims that the girl finally contacted her, and she was really looking forward to it. The main character asks how she chewed. The girl replies that everything is fine, thanks to her care. The girl also claims that the lady may have contacted her to discuss the spice, and the main character replies that this is true, after which she looks at the Duke and sees that he was looking at her. The man then directs his gaze to the documents, and the main character is a little surprised. The magician then turns to the lady, and the girl states that she will provide 20 boxes in a large crate to begin with. But overall, it will be difficult due to already booked lots for existing customers. She's so sorry because she would have liked to send more so that all the mages could enjoy it alley. But the woman then replies that no, and she is immensely grateful for how quickly she prepared everything. Arcel then thanks her for understanding. She also realizes that they actually have over 100 boxes stored away, but this product was originally intended to irritate customers. The Duke smiles at this point and thinks that the young lady is lying so easily. The girl at this time claims that the price for which the Jannat family was putting up the already existing volume was 2,000 gold per box. But this time the price went up a bit because the goods had to be delivered in a hurry. Medea replies that the price doesn't matter and the problem is elsewhere. Well, then someone turns to her, and he also claims that rumors have already spread throughout the first and third departments. Some even sent letters to Janat. The girl then asks what they are talking about, and the main character understands that everything is exactly like in the novel. But magicians don't know how to keep their mouths shut, so the news soon spread to other departments. At this time, the main character turns to the Duke and asks if he received the letters, and he claims that they must have, and not just arrived. The girl then understands what it means that they have just arrived at the mansion on the mainland. But she is slowly getting used to Kale's short remarks. At this time, Medea turns to the young lady and asks for forgiveness, and also claims that she was discussing urgent news. The main character says that it's okay, and then the girl becomes interested. Could she sell all 20 boxes to their second department this time? The main character then asks, should she sell them only to the second department? And the woman claims that if requests come from other places, then she will buy everything at a higher price. But Arcel makes a slightly puzzled expression on his face and says that this is a monopoly, and it will also be a little difficult, and asks what to do. The Duke at this time understands that her facial expression when she's discussing a deal is very different from when she's actually surprised. And he had seen that expression on his face many times. It was like that of a rabbit. The main character then asks Kale what it is, but then Medea claims that this is a product that can save the lives of the mages of the second department. Arcel wonders if there is any price limit, and the woman replies that she needs to discuss this issue first, and she will contact her about it. The main character replies that of course, and then after that she will contact other clients, to which the girl agrees. After which the connection is interrupted. Arcel claims that now they will begin to compete in price with the first and third departments. The man says that the magicians really have a lot of money, but they are not fools. After all, if they agree among themselves, they will be able to buy it cheaper than they expect. The girl answers that this is true, and also that magicians are really not fools. But if money could buy pride, they would gladly do so, and soon he would see for himself. A little while later, they are already at the table, and the woman announces that the main dish for today is ready. This is a fish steak, and it will be served soon after, which the main character gives her a charity. And the Duke turns to the young lady and claims that they were contacted from the Tower of the Magicians. The main character asks, what is there? And the man claims that they were unable to agree on the price. And in the end, the first department offered 3,300 gold for the box, the second 5,700 gold, and the third 3,900 gold. The girl then thinks that keep it up, and the Duke just sighs with a smile on his face. Arcel claims that it would be best to sell the goods to the second department first, and the man claims that she made the deal, so let her decide. The main character turns to the maid and tells her to send 20 boxes of ale to the second department and spread the news among other customers of the East Sea. It's a secret that the magicians buy ale at a high price. She used to agree. And the Duke claims that when the rumors reach the Eastern Sea, the price of the spice will inevitably rise. And as the girl said, the profit will increase more than 2 times. The young lady asks if their contract is still valid, and the man replies that of course for 6 months, the Lyre House will receive 60% of the profits. After this, the girl sighs and says that for some reason she even feels a little sorry that their marriage will be so short. The man is a little surprised after this and even drops the glass from his hands. The main character then asks if he is okay, and the man is just curious. Is she really so sorry that she will no longer be able to profit from the deal with Alay? The young lady notes that it is natural because in the future, this business will only grow more, and Kale understands that he misunderstood everything, so he claims that it doesn't matter even if everything continues after. And the main character asks if he really wants to offer to switch to a deal between the 2 families so that there would be trade turnover between Janat and Lyre. And the man replies that he meant that even after the divorce, he could send part of the profits to Lyre because the deal with the spice ale is her merit. After all, if it weren't for the young lady, there would have been no deal. The main character only smiles and thanks him after that. And she also thinks that the guy, like before, is too close and wonders if he is doing this on purpose. The young lady then claims that they will have to meet at least twice a quarter to discuss the price of a lei. However, the man claims that they will meet 4 times a quarter, after which he also gets a little embarrassed, and the main character is surprised and says that it's okay if that's what he wants. The man then thinks that perhaps she has too many thoughts, and he hopes that the girl will not be puzzled by his unreasonable condition. But he wants her to at least think about him sometime after, which he takes a piece of food. And when he eats it, he thinks it tastes terrible. The maids are working in the kitchen a little while later, and one of them asks if they are both in a good mood today. The other maid answers that it is true, and they all continued to talk in barely audible whispers. But after the wedding, these two will become even more attached to each other. And now they think about it with smiles on their faces, and one of them claims that when they said that she would be the hostess, she doubted it, but they really love each other. Another maid claims that it seems that the captain's mood has changed in recent days, but judging by the way the lady helped with the map, last time she understands maritime affairs. But then one of the maids claims that Madame Rosetta will return to the island, and she heard about it from the future mistress. The head maid then only smiles, and then states that she hopes the two will get married as soon as possible. A little while later, the Duke calls her, and the woman asks if the master called her. The man claims that in the future all transactions concerning the spice will be carried out by Arsel, and everything connected with Ailey is under her control. So let the maid help her with whatever she needs. The woman is silent for a while after this, and the Duke asks what is going on, and the woman turns to His Highness, and also claims that the atmosphere in the castle has softened recently. The man then squeezes the paper in his hands a little, and he also claims that it is natural because the mistress will appear there soon. The maid smiles after that, and when he sees how the gentleman is embarrassed, he turns to him and asks if it is really His Highness. There is spring in the soul. The man is a little surprised after this and wonders what kind of feelings these are. When the girl smiled shyly, and when their lips almost touched, and also when she looked at him so fragile, hoping for protection, she kept pretending to be strong. But when he took her hand, he felt that she was trembling. But he still understands that it all started from the moment he saw her gaze at their first meeting. That's why he's all red. Now thinking about it, the main character opens the locker a little while later and sees that it is full of gold coins. The young lady also understands that this is great, and the deal for Ale went smoothly. And the first payment for the spices is equal to the annual income of the House of Lyre. The young lady understands that she cannot hand over this money to the House of Lyre now, and she thinks that they should be kept there for now, after which the girl sits down at her desk and puts his hand on the card, after which he thinks that now it's time to do this. The girl caught the head maid. Arsel wanted something. The main character asks if Shada will ask the Duke. Give her a little time. The woman replies that yes, and she will immediately clarify His Highness's schedule. She also asks if the lady can tell the purpose of her meeting, and the main character understands that Shiata has been more polite in recent days. After which the girl claims that she wants to see the gentleman and asks if this is not enough. The woman then understands everything and claims that she will immediately tell him. A little while later, the main character is already walking with the Duke through the garden, and he asks if she wants to make a deal before the disaster. The girl answers that it is true. The man then only smiles, and also remembers how the maid suddenly came to him, and she said that His Highness should change his clothes right now. And now the man thinks that of course, why else could the girl come to him with her? He wonders what kind of disaster is approaching, and understands that the young lady comes to him only with the secrets of origin, which he is not allowed to know. The girl claims that a tsunami will soon hit the east coast, so she is going to build a breakwater on the lands of Liar. And if he doesn't mind, then she would like to build the same breakwater on the coast of Janat's possessions. The guy then asks what she's talking about, and the young lady claims that she'll do it out of Liar's budget. The man then asks if she even knows how long Janat's coastline is, and given the financial state of Liar's house, that would be a bit much. The girl replies that of course she knows, after which the Duke only remains silent, and he thinks, what kind of self-confidence is this? Then he leans towards the young lady and claims that this is a tempting offer, but he wonders if she is offering this because she thinks the coastline of the Duke she is marrying is dangerous, or because she wants something from Janat. The girl only claims that there will be no need to worry, because this way Janat's property will not be damaged, even if a tsunami hits. Then the breakwater will do its job, and in return, let him simply allow us to buy the Tinta forest. The man then asks her why she needs this forest, and understands that it is called the native land of poisons. He also understands that there is no benefit from it, since the earth is saturated with poison, and the forest is known to be expensive and useless. However, the main character smiles and claims that she wants to buy this forest and manage it personally. The girl thinks that in a few years, the Tinta forest will be a hot topic of discussion, and everything will be covered in a poisonous fog that will plunge the surrounding environment into eternal sleep. But later they will find golden sands there, and this is a real jackpot. The man at this time claims that forest management requires labor, and it would be more profitable for Janat to build a breakwater, but if the tsunami never happens, the breakwater will be useless. The girl claims that it will strengthen the coastline of Janat, and the man at this time understands that no matter what profit the deal with Alay brings, the costs will be too high. So now he is interested in why the girl wants to buy this forest, and she answers that it is for studying plants, because everything there is lined with magical herbs. The man also wonders if this is all for the sake of her brother's future, who will become a magician, and the girl replies that of course it would be great. Build a house there, where she will live with Mikkel. The man sighs heavily after this, and the young lady wonders what it is, after which he claims that it is good, and they will also conclude this contract, but in exchange, the construction will be carried out secretly, and the young lady is a little surprised, and the man claims that rumors about the construction of a breakwater may spread, and then the families living on the coast will raise a fuss, especially if it becomes known that Janat and Lear are acting together, and then her uncle can also build a breakwater, after which the man asks if she wants this, and the girl understands that she definitely does not, and she doesn't want to give him such information at any cost. And yet the very thought makes her blood boil. The man at this time claims that it is not worth leaving such valuable information to the enemy, after which he sighs completely and also suggests that she sit down and rest, because he also has something to tell her. However, when they approach the bench, the man tells her to wait, after which he takes out a handkerchief, and he spreads it out on the bench and tells the girl to sit down. The main character does just that, and then thanks him, and also realizes that she sometimes forgets how wonderful his manners are. The man then turns to Arcel and asks if she knows how many people are hunting for her in the Eastern Sea. The girl is then a little surprised and asks what he is talking about, and the man only states that he means whether she knows how many people. They laid eyes on her, after which he takes out some letters and hands them to the young lady. The girl takes these letters and then thinks, is this really an invitation? But there are so many of them. The guy claims that he decided to give them to her, and the young lady wonders if he is personally giving them to her. She also thinks it's a bit weird, and the Duke claims she can take her time browsing. The main character understands that most of the invitations are from families that you don't have to worry about, but this letter is from Count Arpad. And the young lady understands that the Count's house of Arpad is the family that lives next to the estate of Viscount Pear, and at the funeral, she and the Viscount were the first to bare their fangs. And now, the girl is reading the text of the letter, which says that this is the most beautiful lady of the East Coast, and she expresses her condolences about the loss of the House of Lyre. It also says that she and Countess Lyre had maintained friendly relations, so she could not help but be saddened by the news. And I would like to invite her and the girl's brother to a small reception, thereby brightening up their loneliness. The Duke asks if she is going to attend the reception, and the young lady replies that she doesn't know, and that there is an invitation, but still. And the man claims that if you think about it, he heard that Count Arpad's son is looking for a bride. The young lady replies that this is true, and that Countess Arpad even took the trouble to discuss his wedding during the funeral. Although her opinion did not interest her at all, the girl also understands that the young master of the Arpad house is known for his dissolute behavior, and looking back, she is really glad that she chose Kale. The man smiles at this time, and also claims that he knows in advance what kind of atmosphere will reign at the reception, and what their conversations will be about. After which he asks if there is a better groom than him. And the girl replies that there definitely is, and he is beyond competition. And the guy claims that it means that you need to send a response as soon as possible. The young lady then asks what he is talking about, and the Duke asks if she is against it, after which he touches the letter in the girl's hands. And he asks if it is not worth responding to this low-grade provocation, and also to show that there is no better suitor for her on the entire East Coast. The man also thinks that this will be the best. Targeted, her will disappear. The girl then answers that yes, however, she doesn't think she'll go to this reception, because if you consider that the reception is being held by Arpad's house, then there will be other families present at the funeral. The man at this time asks if she will let herself be caught in this trap, and claims that this is a wise decision. And later, they themselves will invite them to Janat for their wedding. The girl already imagines all this, and the Duke at this time turns to her and claims that he wanted to say something else. The girl just thinks what she imagined, and the man claims that in a month, Ella will go on a hike to Anna. Lyre's affairs, and Kale asks whether to introduce another night, but the girl replies that no, and lets Sir Ella settle everything before going on a campaign, and later it would be nice to go on errands with a knight from the Lyre house. The man then thinks whether there will be no need for help from the Knights of Janat, and the girl claims that she thinks that she will soon be able to use another person, so there is no need to redistribute people. Of Lyre will make himself known. He is a loyal ally with excellent sword skills, who was never able to see the light of day after being plunged into a crippled sleep by his brother and sister Lyre, and his name is Khan. The girl understands that with his help, she will be able to get Lyre's house back on its feet. The Duke is silent for a while after this, but then agrees, but wonders who deserved her trust. In a place teeming with enemies, a little while later, the aristocrats are already reading the newspaper, and one of them asks her husband if he heard that Lady Lyre is building a breakwater. The man then wonders if she's crazy, and his wife asks why the lady who had never been to the beach was so worried about the coast. Now the main character is also reading this newspaper and thinks that rumors about the construction of a breakwater by the Lyre house have leaked out. And now she only addresses the maid and tells her to serve more tea. The girl also understands that no one paid attention to the fact that the breakwater is being built. And Janat. And that is enough for her, because let them make as much noise as they want. But thanks to her, during the coming disaster, only Janat and Lear will be safe. At this time the maid hears some sound from the window, after which she approaches him and asks for forgiveness. Well, when she opens this window, something instantly flies by, and the women are a little surprised, after which she screams to Mrs. Arcel. But the main character just grabs this little plane and claims that it is a letter from Mikkel. The girl also says that he is improving and delivering letters day by day, after which the young lady reads this sheet, and the guy there asks the young lady to tell how she is doing. And after all, it was her birthday recently. He is sad that for several years in a row, they cannot celebrate it together, and he tries his best to graduate as soon as possible. In Tamil, the main character now asks if he has written about early graduation, and the young man writes there that although no one has ever managed to graduate early, he thinks that he will succeed. The main character also notices something on the back, and the guy points it out in the letter. That along the way sends her his portrait and also misses her very much. The main character of the video is a little surprised by this photo. Hey thinks has the guy really grown up so much? At this time, the young man is walking through the academy, and a professor from the Faculty of Magic approaches him. Named TR, the man asks if the boy is thinking about becoming his personal student, and the young man apologizes and claims that as he said last time he has a reason for early graduation. The man then claims that this is why he didn't want to talk about it today. After which, he hands the guy a letter, and the guy almost glows. Looking at it, he also thanks the professor and asks for forgiveness, but claims that he needs to run. Then he leaves the man alone, and he only thinks about what he just saw and whether it was really Mikkel. The girl wrote back to her brother asking how he was doing, and he sent a golden paper airplane. So it is surprising, and it is unlikely that many people received letters like that. The young lady also claims that she saw his portrait, and her Mikkel has grown so much. So it would be nice if she personally watched him grow up, and she is so sorry. The boy then claims that he will soon graduate from the academy and continues reading. The young lady wrote that she would be overjoyed if he graduated from the academy early. Well, if it doesn't work out, then it's not a big deal, because she hopes that he will do it without her presence. He has a good time at the academy, and the girl also asks if he remembers that she sent him that she was going to marry the Duke when she turned 20, and their marriage with him will be dissolved when the guy graduates. So if she gives him the chance to finish the academy before the wedding, then maybe she won't have to get married. The young man then almost screams that he is graduating right now, but when he reads the next line, he sees that it is just a joke. And the girl also wrote that she would write to him later. The young lady also wrote in her letter that he asked what she was planning to do after the divorce, and the young lady replied that she was not going to remarry because she did not want someone to turn her life upside down. And then he asked what would happen if a man appeared nearby who would bring stability, and she said that she would marry someone like that, a man who would bring stability into her life. The young man at this time squeezes the paper and then asks what the hell this idiot is thinking about. At this time, the main character is on the ship and thinks about how her eyes are being blinded. At this time, someone turns to Arcel and says that she shouldn't have gone outside. The Duke claims that this time the journey will be longer, and the young lady claims that as a responsible person, she cannot remain on the sidelines. After all this, ship will deliver Ale to the Tower of Magicians, and she needs to get used to the sea, at least for the period while she is the mistress of Jannat. The girl understands that Mikkel said that she would graduate early, but no matter how hard he tries this year, it will be difficult to do this, and at least several more years will pass. So it is worth getting used to the sea, so as not to harm Jannat's reputation. The Duke at this time repeats her words in his head and asks if she thinks so, and if this means that when she returns to the mainland, she will never set foot on the deck of a ship again. The young lady claims that there is no wind on the mainland, which makes her body tremble, and the man asks if she likes the sea breeze, to which the girl replies that she likes it, but the man just thinks that the smell of raw fish, mixed with the smell of red liquid, is sometimes disgusting to him. Well, the young lady is unlikely to feel it. Well, then the ship suddenly begins to tilt, and the main character gets a little scared and also tries to catch her hat so that it doesn't fly off, but it's too late, and it starts flying into the ocean. The Duke immediately grabs her and then embraces the young lady. The girl then opens her eyes, and he thinks how close he is, and the guy claims that everything is fine, but then the ship rocks again, and a monster emerges from the water. The knights then scream that they need to prepare for an attack, and the Duke turns to Chris and tells him to figure out what the guy is agreeing to. Kale tells the young lady that it is dangerous there, so they go to the cabin, to which the girl agrees. After they enter the room, the man asks if she is very scared, to which the young lady replies that she is a little scared. and the guy says that monsters usually don't appear there. And the young lady wonders if the targets recently dealt with most of the monsters near Anna. Kale replies that yes, but recently monsters have been appearing more and more often. The main character says that it is a bit creepy, and she understands that she does not want the people of Jannat to suffer, even though she will have to leave this place one day. The girl claims that if more monsters appear, Jannat will have a lot of work to do with sending ships. The guy replies that yes. He also says that there is an agreement between the imperial family and the House of Jannat, according to which the latter became the guardian of the Eastern Sea. But since Jannat settled in the Eastern Sea, he didn't get any support from the imperial family. And now the guy claims, what now, when the sea is in his hands? If later they announce a decree to destroy the pirates, he does not even know what will be better, to immerse yourself or the emperor in eternal sleep. The main character is then a little surprised and thinks how one can talk about this so simply. At this time, Chris also comes into their room and addresses His Highness, and the man says that it looks like that's it. After which he puts his hat on the young lady and asks her to go. When they go out, the Duke also turns to Chris, and he says that upon returning to the island, let him tell Shiati to examine Anna. The man agrees. And the main character at this time thinks a little Chris also addresses the captain, and he claims that Anna's currents are anomalous, so it will be difficult to study it using conventional methods. And then the man says that they should use the continent's macros, and also let him take them as sea guests and send them to Anna. The main character understands that he called them sea guests, and that means they won't return to the mainland, after which the young lady looks back at the sea, and he thinks that it and Kale are ruthless, although you can forget about that for a minute. Well, where does it come from that she adapted while remaining herself? Now the Duke claims that they have arrived at the Tower of the Magicians. After some time, they are already sitting at the table, and someone tells His Highness that an envelope has arrived from the imperial family. The main character is then a little surprised, and the man says that he came after all. Then the young lady reads what is written there, and it states that this sheet belongs to the eldest daughter of Lohan de Liar, Arcel de Liar. And since this year, she reached the age of majority and also accumulated enough experience in managing territories, they declare her official becoming the head of the Liar House. The main character now says with a smile on her face that it finally happened and understands that she has been officially recognized as the head of the family. The man claims that they will finally be able to get married, and the young lady then says that it is true. Kale claims that the wedding kept being postponed because the imperial family was stalling for time. But he also thinks that the wedding was postponed because of her, after which he claims that although their wedding will take place in a residence on the mainland, there is nothing to be done, and he does not want to give a chance to a pack of these hungry wolves. The maid then turns to the gentleman and asks him how he likes the idea of building a new castle on the mainland. She also asks about the scale, and the man replies that it should be at least twice as big as an ordinary noble mansion. After this, the main character only smiles and claims that she can't wait for their wedding. The Duke then says that this is wonderful and claims that he will prepare everything perfectly. A little while later, the young lady has a dress made, and they are busy preparing for the wedding. A little while later, the knights inform His Highness that preparations for the wedding are complete. The man says that this is good, and then with a smile on his face, heads towards his bride. The girl then says that the sea is so calm today, but the man claims that it is stormy. Then the day when his bride first went on board the ship, the girl then asks if it's true, but the man claims that the wedding invitation should have already reached its addressees, and as she wanted, they were sent to the families who sent invitations to the reception. The main character now thanks him, after which she calls him by the name Fan de Par, and claims that even after her refusal, he sent her letters several times. There, he claimed that he had sent a man to Liar's house several times, but he was informed that she was not there, and her parents had apparently not taught her anything, since there were various rumors about Janat's house, like the Duke had still not married and was looking for a young noblewoman, and shouldn't he find a suitable match, and his wife is just arranging a reception for her, the girl. At this time only tears this sheet into small pieces. She understands that the reception they have all been waiting for so persistently will only take place now. The main character will be her, Kyle. At this time claims that he heard that the inhabitants of the continent prefer to burn such things. And the young lady asks what difference it makes since they are in the sea anyway, after which the guys affirm that a long-awaited event awaits them, but he is already dissatisfied. The young lady then thinks what he is talking about, and the man wonders if she is going to mock the guests and has completely forgotten about her husband, who is thirsty for her attention. And he asks if he should cut off their heads to get her attention. Their main character realizes that he is saying such cruel things again, after which the young lady continues to talk to him and claims that they will really get married soon. And after all the islanders and everyone kept saying that the island didn't like outsiders, but she fell in love with the place. The girl understands that she came to conclude the first deal with the Liar Water area, and she had no time to be afraid. So she just tried her best to change the ending of the book, and also so that Mikkel, who was desperately squeezing her hand, just like she once did before her rebirth, would definitely become happy. The girl understands that the happy ending is still far away, but they are still a little closer to it. And this time, they will definitely be happy together with Mikkel, and they will do it together. A little while later, the girl is already in one of the rooms and is preparing for the wedding. Well then, the maid comes into the room and claims that Mikkel never came. A little while later, someone says it's time for the young lady to come out. The main character then turns to the head maid, and he asks what is going on with the carriage of the Tamila Academy, but the woman replies that it is not there yet. The main character understands that the first stage of a blessed wedding is the ceremony, and when one of the bride's family members takes her friend to the groom, well then she thinks, what should those who don't have a single relative do? After which the young lady thinks that, okay, anyway, it's just a contract marriage, and in a couple of years it won't matter. But because of all this fuss with that preparation, she feels like a fool. And then the main character thinks that nothing can be done, after which she goes to the door. And he tells them to open the door because she will go alone, after which the door opens, and they say that the bride is about to come out. The Duke then looks at the young lady, but wonders where is Mikkel Delia. The aristocrats also begin to whisper and ask why the bride came out alone, and even without bridesmaids. One of them asks if the girl had a younger brother, and the main character at this time thinks that everything is fine, and she copes after that, and her husband comes to her, and the main character thinks why he does this, after which the man invites her to go together, and the main character takes his hand. Well then, someone hits Kale's hand and tells the Duke to take his hand away. When the main character turns around, she is a little surprised, and he says that it is Kale. The guy then kisses her hand, and the girl claims that he came, and Mikkel says, sister, that he is a little late. After which, he looks at the Duke, who only claims that the latecomer has shown up, and then he will take his place, after which the main character agrees and thanks him. At this time, the young man looks at the Duke in surprise, after which he remembers how the girl in the elevator wrote that after the divorce, she wants to build a mansion in a quieter place and live in it. And she is also going to buy a forest area, because there, the guy will be able to do magical research, and she will also build a library with a small house to serve books in it. And they will live so happily together. The main character at this time turns to Mikkel and says that they need to go. And the guy at this time is just wondering if she is really going to get a divorce. But doesn't the girl notice how insidious is this guy's look? And this bastard doesn't even think of letting her go, after which they go there anyway. And one of the men just gets angry and realizes that he heard rumors about Duke Janat. But he didn't think that things would turn out this way, and he bribed all the employees of the Liar House, and even the knights, and therefore, if only a little overtook on the territory of Liar, would be in his hands. That's why he doesn't understand why the hell Duke Janat decided to marry Arcel. He also looks at these two and thinks, doesn't this look like a pity wedding? Well then, one of the servants turns to the Viscount, and the man asks what he wants, and the guy claims that his master is looking for him. The man then asks if he is the master, and at this time the priest says that the respected guests who have gathered there should bless this precious relationship, and may the god of the seas send only a fair wind to all those present. Rings on each other, and the priest says that they should now exchange a vow kiss. The main character then asks him what he is talking about, and the man claims that the two of them will officially become husband and wife after a kiss. The brunette then just smiles and pulls the girl closer to him and asks, shouldn't they advertise to others that they don't have a chance? The main character then closes her eyes and thinks that there's nothing to be done. Kyle then says that they have nowhere to rush, after which he removes the veil from his wife, and he kisses her on the forehead and then on the cheek. The main character thinks that it is not so difficult, and in any case, it is just a stage in the ceremony. Well then the Duke turns to her, and when the young lady raises her head, then he just kisses her. The girl is then a little surprised and thinks that they are as if so overwhelmed with feelings that they can tear themselves away from the kiss. And the Duke then also looks at the young lady's brother, after which she smirks. A little while later, the main character runs up to Mikkel. The young man turns to his sister, a little worried, and the girl immediately hugs him, after which she claims that she missed him very much. The young lady also says that they had not seen each other for only 3 years, and she wonders when he managed to grow so much. Earlier, he claims that she too has become unrecognizably beautiful, and the young lady replies that she hasn't changed anything like that in appearance at all. After which the girl asks how long he was released for, because she knows that in Tamila there are strict rules regarding absences. The young man then claims that alas, he is there only until tomorrow, and the main character says that it is not long enough. After which he says that he wishes he would graduate sooner, and the young man then turns to his sister and also looks at the Duke and claims that he will finish his training as soon as possible. The young lady then asks if it is really that hard to graduate early, and the guy replies that it is. He thinks that one of the professors doesn't like him. He only got a B+ in his subject, the main character, when she asks how someone cannot like him. And the guy claims that this man offered him to stay after graduation as his personal student, but he refused. The young lady understands that if the talented Mikkel teamed up with an outstanding teacher, he would be able to fly like a winged bird, and she claims that this is a good chance, so why did he refuse? However, the young man claims that this is because it is more important for him to stay close to her. The main character is then touched by these words and says that she knew it because her brother is the best. The Duke then turns to Arcel and apologizes for interrupting, but claims that there are many people there who want to greet her. The girl then asks for forgiveness, but claims that they haven't seen each other for so long, after which she tells Mikkel that she will go to other tables for a while, and the young man only turns sadly to his sister, after which he turns to the Duke and looks at him with a furious gaze. He also asks if he is allowing himself too much, and the man is interested. Did he really go too far, just by kissing his wife? And then the young lady's brother tells him not to behave so inhumanely. In relation to his sister, they will get divorced anyway, but Kale claims that until then, they must pretend to be a couple. After which the young lady's brother claims that sister considers this marriage to be genuine. Unlike him, Kale only swears after this and claims that of course he knows it too, but there's nothing to be done. They're already married. At this time, Arcel turns to Kale, and he asks if they can greet the guests together, and she thinks that they should look like they are in love. The man replies that of course, and if his brother-in-law doesn't mind, then he will go, because both spouses should greet the guests. After which Kale approaches his wife and says that it looks like many people are waiting for them there. That same evening, the man walks down the corridor and sighs and also thinks that it's all over. He also thinks that he understands what that puppy said. And as soon as the banquet ended, the girl immediately left. And of course, he has no reason to hold her back when she leaves. Well, then he approaches the young lady's door, and she thinks what her reaction will be if he approaches. A little while later, the young lady claims that when she returns to Liar's house, she will begin by organizing a nightly squad. The girl claims that she cannot take up trade as firmly as Janat, but at least she will be able to provide traders with safety on her lands. The young lady also says that this is how she intends to get the House of Liar back on its feet, and that is why she came to the Duke. The girl also claims that it seems like she is the only one who speaks there, and also asks questions. Does Kale want to tell something? However, the man remains silent after that, and he starts to mentally count the decorations. The main character then asks if he really doesn't want to say anything at all. The Duke then starts staring at her and wonders how the girl can be so carefree. But he can't even drink, afraid of losing control. But the girl is now drinking another glass and probably claims that if she drinks so fast, however, he understands that this wine is drunk by sea dwellers, and it is too strong for an earthly man. Therefore, he needs to warn Arcel to be careful with alcohol. The main character only claims that since he is silent, she will start chatting again. And the girl claims that after the divorce, she will no longer be the Duchess of Janat, and therefore will not be able to use the eastern trade route. However, she still hopes that the Janat pirates will not target House Liar ships. After all, it would be sad if people she knew attacked her knights. The man then clenches his fist, and he wonders if she really thinks that way about him, and that despite the number of ships crossing the Eastern Sea, he will clean out Liar. And also, does she think that since they are reliable partners, once the deal is over, they become like strangers, after which he approaches the young lady, but then accidentally puts his hand on hers, which surprises him a little. Well, he still decides not to stop and takes her hand in his, to which the young lady is a little surprised, and the guy is completely embarrassed. The main character then turns to Kale and asks why he looks like that. But then the girl begins to feel sleepy, and she drops the glass altogether. The Duke just grabs him, and Armel apologizes and claims that she suddenly felt so sleepy. She also asks if Kale knows a way to quickly come to his senses. The man replies that something came to his mind, but he is afraid that she will be scared. The girl then asks if she really looks like a timid person, after which the Duke approaches her, and the main character is a little surprised. And the man then asks if she has come to her senses, but when the girl only looks at him in surprise, then he says that it is worth doing it one more time. The young lady then states that she thinks that if she remembers about it tomorrow. However, the guy interrupts her and asks what will happen if she remembers, after which he tells the girl to remember. And he lays her down on the bed and tells her to remember everything well, after which he hangs over her. And then he kisses her, after which he lifts her dress higher, but suddenly stops, and he buries his face in her shoulder and wishes her good night. Kale claims that if he goes further, he is afraid that she will be disappointed in him. The young lady then only closes her eyes, and the next morning she wakes up. The girl thinks about how her head is splitting and asks for water. She understands that her head is aching like a sleepy person. It is clearly a hangover, but yesterday she drank wine. The main character also looks at the man next to her, and she thinks, how did this happen? But then the young lady remembers what happened yesterday and is very embarrassed, and also thinks, didn't she blab all her plans for the future yesterday? But the main thing is that she didn't blurt out anything about the gold mine in the Tinta forest, and at least something makes her happy. Well, in any case, this is a divorce. She must take the forest into her own hands. And then the girl thinks that yesterday she didn't do anything strange. However, then she remembers how the man told her to remember all of this, down to the smallest detail. And now the girl is sitting there completely red. After which, she also remembers what happened after that, and thinks whether it was a dream, because why did Kale behave like that? But the main character still understands that they really kissed, and maybe it's all because of that. that Kale was also drunk, and the girl also remembers the kisses at the wedding, and thinks that it was a performance, and even the way he spoke, shouldn't they tell everyone else that there is no room for them? That is why now, the young lady thinks that he was definitely drunk, because the nobles do not like to gossip very much. That is why the guests who came to the wedding were very interested in the first wedding night, and they even left a whole mountain of gifts and flowers in front of the newlyweds' room. The main character then looks at her husband's shining face and thinks how one can do such a thing, making a girl's heart tremble. But the guy is really more gentle than he seems. After which, the young lady whispers that she likes him, and then wonders if he heard anything. After which she gets out of bed and quietly says that she was happy last night. The young man only makes a sound in his sleep, and the main character understands that it seems he does not hear. But before the divorce, she must keep her head cool, because if she is careless, she can tell about the gold mine in the Tinta forest. When the main character leaves the room, the guy just puts his hand on his forehead and sighs. A little while later, one of the aristocrats claims that he can't even imagine that Duke Jina and his wife will be so passionate. And his wife replies that this is for sure. And during the ceremony, they could not take their eyes off each other, and they say that they only recently left the chamber as newlyweds. And the man then claims that a sweet newlywed couple has appeared. The main character at this time takes a piece of paper from her brother where it is written that he was so pleased to meet his sister after a long time. And apparently, the wedding ceremony tired her out a lot, and he has already left, so she hopes to finish the academy soon and return. The main character then apologizes to Mikkel and realizes that she couldn't even say goodbye to him before leaving. She also thinks that she needs to write to him urgently so that her brother doesn't get upset. Well, then the girl hears someone knocking on the door and telling that person to come in. After which the maid comes in and asks if the ship owner slept well, because she and the gentleman are simply amazing and just got up and started working. The main character then asks what a ship owner means, and the woman claims that since she got married, she became, so to speak, the mistress of the ship. And this is also what they say about the mistress of the house and the person who manages the finances. Arcel says that it is amazing, and the maid asks if she is not tired of being addressed as just milady. She also claims that she heard that the mistress had a good night last night, after which the main character gets a little embarrassed and answers that yes, and the maid asks how many times this has happened. But the girl interrupts her and asks if the maid will fulfill one of her requests. The girl replies that of course the young lady says that she should bring her a list of all the words at Liar's house, from knights to maids. Lila asks if the lady wants to investigate something, and she replies that no, and only to find out the names. And in her thoughts, she adds that she already knows everything. The maid then agrees and states that she will immediately make a list. A little while later, she already gives the mistress the list and says that she has made it. The main character then asks in shock if she really did it so quickly. Even though it hadn't even been a couple of hours, the woman replies that it all came from the mainland. The girl then thanks the maid and takes this paper, after which she sees a man named Khan, who is in the squad of knights, and the main character says yes, after which she takes her pen and writes something. Then she hands the maid a paper and tells her to read it and contact the Liar household. The girl then asks what to tell them, and the main character says that she should say that all the servants of the Liar household have been fired. The girl is shocked after this, and Arcel only smiles and tells her to announce that all the servants are being fired, except one. A little while later, a knight enters His Highness's room and claims that he brought what he ordered. He also claims that this is a list of mages for mana research and hands over the papers. The man claims that he chose those who are capable of this, but whose disappearance will not cause consequences. The man then says that those who will become sea guests, and the knight compliments his master and claims that they cannot leave alive those who learned the secret of the island. The man then recites the name of Professor Tiara, and the knight claims that he is the most talented of all on the list, after which Kale claims that now it will be too burdensome. and if they invite you as a sea guest, Professor Tamila, to attract unnecessary attention, the knight claims that he can be dealt with as a missing person. But the Duke replies that it is not worth taking such a risk, and let him find another Ella, then asks if that means he should send a magician with the appropriate experience. And the man replies that it is better to send the one who will not cause a noise. But the knight says that it would be much better to meet Professor TR. The Duke replies that, yes, but it is not worth spending so much time on him. The man also claims that there continue to be reports of monsters appearing in unusual places for them. And recently, well, then the man interrupts his story and recalls how the young lady was scared of the monster. The knight at this time turns to the captain and asks if Togo is bothered by something, to which the man replies that he is. He also recalls how the main character claimed that she liked it, and last night she was happy. Gerda also thinks that when she turns around in that stall, he can grab her and ask her if she was really happy, and maybe she had a desire to spend the night with him again. He also wondered if the girl would be able to look at him like that without being drunk. Well, now he just clutches the paper in his hands, after which he turns to the knight and asks what his first kiss was like, to which the guy is surprised and then becomes completely embarrassed, and the Duke asks if this kiss made him happy, to which the guy replies that this is something he does not dare to talk about. The man then tells him to tell it as he feels comfortable and not to worry. Kyle wonders what to do after the first kiss, and whether it is normal that he is nervous, and also cannot forget that moment. The knight then only turns away from the master, and he freezes and thinks whether he is really strange. However, the knight then, all embarrassed, claims that he has simply never kissed, and the Duke, then a little upset, says that it is clear. He also leans over and says that he missed such an opportunity. The knight apologizes for not being able to help, and the man then wonders what Arcel is doing now. The girl at this time once again tells the maid to announce that all the servants are being fired except for a man named Khan. And the woman is then a little surprised and also asks if she will really fire everyone except one, to which the main character agrees. And the maid then asks him too. After which she also looks at all these names and asks the lady what is written next to them, to which the girl replies that these are their positions. The maid then asks for forgiveness, but claims that if she fires all the servants, there will be no one left to take care of Liar's house. The main character thinks that of course this is so, but there is no way to allow spies to continue working there. After all, she married Kale to protect her rights to the Liar house, and the time has come to make the estate her territory, as well as prepare everything for the full revival of the Liar house. Now the girl just smirks contentedly, and the maid asks the mistress what happened, and the main character then claims that in general, let her take care of it first, and she will find an option for servicing the estate, to which the woman agrees, after which she leaves, leaving the young lady alone. The girl then goes to the window and realizes that she has no need to rush because she can think about how to restore Liar, but first focus on Khan. And soon a gold mine will be found in the Tinta forest, and Janat's people will rule that place, and all that will be required of her is to invest in gold in the mountains. But now the main character thinks that she will get a gold mine after the tsunami, so she built a breakwater, but she also thinks about what strings are there. Liar's house are talking among themselves, and one of them claims that the owner of the estate is not there anyway, so why should they clean up? Another girl claims that they don't have to pretend to be loyal until the mistress returns, to which her friend claims that she wasn't there for 3 years anyway, and that she heard that the girl recently got married and moved into Janah's house. So why would she go back there at all? Her colleague claims that this is not so, and that a man comes from her from time to time. Last time he asked their names. Another maid then asks if the mistress wants to go back, because her master said to get as close to her as possible when she arrives. The other girl replies that, like her, we need to focus on lowering this girl's guard. But in any case, she's just a 20-year-old simpleton. Another maid claims that these are her words, and this girl is not interested in the servants at all and does not even pay wages. Her colleague claims that maybe this time she comes to give out everything that has accumulated. But then they hear someone walking, and then a knight enters the room. The maid starts whispering, and one of them claims that she thought this time they would come together and he is alone again. But then, one of them sees that the guy brought something, after which she whispers to her friend that perhaps Arcel will really return to the estate, and finally they will get their salary, and maybe it is worth conveying this information to the master. The knight then simply turns to his service and claims that he has come to convey the order of Lady Arcel, the mistress of the Lyre House, after which he claims that the entire knightly detachment, with the exception of Khan, and also all the servants are dismissed. The woman then asks what it is, but the knight only asks her name, to which she replies that her name is Ellie, and the knight claims that she is from the county of Par. The woman is surprised after this, and the man continues to read the names and where these servants came from, and also states that if there are no objections, then let them leave the mansion today. The knight also understands that the people from the mainland are spies bought by other families, and they have no loyalty in their eyes. But he also thinks, how did the lady know which families they are spies of? The main character is in the garden at this time, and then someone comes up to her and asks if she likes flowers. It turns out to be the Duke, and he asks if he should make a bouquet out of them so she can enjoy them in the room. The girl is a little embarrassed after this and remains silent, but then he answers that no, and everything is fine. The main character, noticing his sullen face, asks, "What is it?" and also says that she just likes to look at these flowers like this with him. The man is a little embarrassed after this, and the main character smiles and claims that this way they can pretend that they are on a date, after which he again droops. The Duke also says that he heard an interesting story there, and the young lady wonders what he is talking about. The guy claims that she fired all the servants of the Lyre House, except for one person, after which the young lady smiles and claims that it is a knight named Khan. He will become the captain of the knightly squad of the Lyre House. The man then asks if he will become the captain, and the young lady replies that yes, all the other people have already been bribed by other families. The Duke then understands that Arcel knew this time too, and not only that all the servants of the Lyre House were bribed, but also which specific families bribed whom. And apparently, she is 100% sure of her guess, except for one thing, but mistakes definitely happen. He also remembers how the young lady claimed that there will soon be a big tsunami on the East Coast, but he thinks that he is still not there. And since the girl was wrong about the natural disaster, and at the same time is good with people, he wonders if this means that she is getting information from some guild. After which the man turns to Arcel and asks how she knows this. He also leans closer to her and repeats his question. However, the young lady tells him to wait and confirms what he said, that he was eating away at everything himself. Kale claims that he tried, but at some point he reached a dead end. The main character asks if he reached a dead end, and the man claims that she is noticeably different from who she was a couple of years before the funeral. And now it's as if a completely different person is standing in front of him. The young lady is a little surprised. After that, the man asks if he is wrong, after which he looks at her coldly and then smiles. He thinks it's quite curious, and the girl, who always held her head up no matter what she was told, froze in indecision because she couldn't control the emotions that had overwhelmed her. The girl now claims that this is possible, and the man claims that this is all and he could not find out more, and also still does not know what exactly caused such drastic changes in her. And the young lady says that this is how. And the guy claims that that's why he's going to dig a little deeper. Arcel understands that he'll never be able to find out what he wants, but what kind of person is he? And is it possible to laugh at such an absurd picture? Where she woke up inside the novel, she had read the body of its main character, The guy at this time asks if she thinks he won't be able to get to the truth. And he says that if she allows him, he will try to reveal the secret of his bride to the best of his ability. The main character then smiles and claims that everything is fair because it is a secret that she has never shared with anyone. And the man asks if this includes her brother, after which the girl nods, and the guy understands that even that boy is not aware of the secret Arcel claims, that so no soul will be able to reveal her secret, but tells the guy that he can do it. And the young lady thinks, how can one be so self-confident? After which the man claims that he is sure that he will be able to figure out what is going on. Believe me, she herself knows the truth perfectly well. And the day will come when she will tell him everything personally. Arcel claims that this is clearly not a secret that should be blabbed to those with whom she is soon going to divorce. She also realizes that she is uneasy about the way the conversation has taken such a turn and needs to quickly change the topic, after which the young lady states that one way or another, if Khan is appointed captain of the Qatari detachment, then there will be no more spies in the Lyre residence. The Duke then asks if he really has such outstanding abilities, and the girl replies that not really, and she thinks that at the moment he is not competent enough, but he is the only one she can trust. The man then thinks, is it really so simple that she trusts a certain person named Khan, but does not have any confidence in him? The girl also says that she wants to say something else. Then she claims that she loves Kale and will remind him of it every day. And since he put so much effort into maintaining their marriage, she thinks she should do the same. The man then replies that he understood, but thinks that he really went off the rails. And the young lady asks if he was very surprised, to which he replies that he was slightly. Well, then he looks at the young lady coldly for some reason, but is surprised. At this time, one of the captain's assistants is looking at the sea and eating something. Then his colleague turns to him and claims that it seems there is a ship on the way and it is possible to make a good profit. The guy asks if this is true, after which he claims that, how could this be timely? But he was ready to go crazy with boredom, after which he says that they should turn the ship around, to which the father agrees. The assistant captain understands that all this time he had to be in the southern outskirts of the sea, because he had to observe the movements of the Lyre house. But now he does not need to do something like that, so he feels light in his soul. At this time, one of the men hands the guy a map, and the young man thinks that in return, he has to watch the monsters. And the guardian of the Eastern Sea, Duke Janat. And the reason he was able to keep all the titles was because in the Eastern Sea, monsters put at least 10 people a year into a passionate sleep. And besides, most of the dead were knights of the Janat family who hunted monsters. And of course, the biggest problem in the Eastern Sea were pirates. But as soon as they do their dirty work, they immediately sail away to the distant western outskirts of the sea. And therefore, it is practically impossible to expel them from the territory of Janat. This is the argument that the captain uses to justify himself. And now the guy says that it is also not difficult to predict what will happen if you do not fight back against the monster. And he asks if the emperor gave any orders for this case. Well, then the guy is a little surprised and wonders what the noise is and whether someone is being shot at. But then he looks in that direction and sees that these are fireworks, after which he asks what it is. He also sees that the people on the ship are all drunk and wonder if they have gone completely mad and if they have staged a protest begging to be eaten quickly. At this time, one of the pirates turns to Mr. Lee Ji-an and asks what he is going to do. The assistant commander asks what he thinks, after which he only strokes Yuri's head and asks what he himself thinks, after which he tells him to keep heading there because they will have fun with those revelers. The guy also tells the young man to watch carefully and learn. A little while later, they point the sword at the last of the people on the ship. The guy then screams, begging for mercy. And the captain's assistant realizes that he thought he would have a lot of fun. But it couldn't be more boring, although the profit turned out to be decent. At this time, someone tells the man to wait and claims that they should go down to the cabin. after which he almost calls the guy's name, and then they apologize and claim that someone inside wants to see him. The man claims that it would be easier to smash that man's head in, and there would be one less problem. But the young man claims that he thinks it's not that simple, because that man says that he has some business with him, and the guy asks if he's dressed, after which he takes the sword in his hands, and he claims that he will go and look into the cabin. He also breaks into this cabin and asks who is there. There he sees a man with red hair, and he wonders if they are the same pirates of the Eastern Sea. The young man claims that hundreds of pirate ships are sailing the eastern seas, and that they should not all be lumped together. The man then gets a little scared and says that this is how it is, and when the guy comes closer to him, he only gets scared. The captain's assistant claims that his name is Patian, and the guy then claims that it is exactly that name, and he was not mistaken, and they say that he is the most ferocious pirate of the Eastern Sea. The young man then realizes that he actually got this name in honor of the dog that the founder of the Janate family raised. The guy then asks what business he has, and the man replies that it is their deal he wants to offer him. The captain's assistant then insists that he should voice his conditions more quickly because they have little time, after which he gets scared, and insists that to be brief, he needs to talk to their leader. Li Jian wonders if he's completely crazy and suggests that he arrange a meeting with the captain for this guy. This man at this time claims that they want to support them with money and weapons. The captain's assistant asks what he's talking about, and the guy says that in exchange, they'll have only one condition. Li Jian then says that it can't be any other way and suggests that they discuss this little matter in the next life. However, the man tells him to wait because all they need to do is rob the ship they point to, and they will provide them with money and weapons, as well as magicians. So let them just rob the ship of one single family. The guy asks which family exactly, and the man replies that the Janat family. A little while later, the agents are already interested in who they are going to rob, and the captain's assistant claims that they are ready to provide any support, and in return, all you have to do is rob a ship with the flag of the Janat family. The man then asks who the customer is, and the captain's assistant claims that the customer is Viscount Parr, and he had to put a little pressure to get this information. The man then thinks about it a little, and also understands that he is an uncle to Arcel, and he is clearly up to something. It is clear that only a madman would attack the Janat family alone. And now, the man tells the boy to contact the information department and tell them to find out if they really were Viscount Parr's subordinates. The boy asks what he will order to act if the information is confirmed, and the Duke only says that he should find out who is behind him, because he needs to find out if there are families that have recently been dedicated to them, and also find out to which families all the guests who have visited Viscount Parr recently belong. The captain's assistant claims that he will immediately begin an investigation, but then they hear someone approaching the office and then knocking, and also tells the servants that she is coming in. It turns out to be the main character, and she asks Kale if she can come in. The man, a little embarrassed, replies that of course, and the young lady claims that it seems he is busy. To which the Duke replies that no, and he is completely free, and the knight watching this cannot help but smile, after which he asserts that he is leaving them. Kale claims that he is curious about what important business she had, since she decided to personally visit his office, because they could have talked in the bedroom. The man also tells her to sit down on the couch, to which the girl thanks him. After which, she claims that I have to tell her that the matter is very important, but she would just like to invite one person to the villa. The man asks if there is any problem with the fact that the owner of the residence wants to invite a guest, and the girl claims that this person is from the Liar family. And as already mentioned, she is going to meet the man whom she intends to appoint as the captain of her nightly squad. The man then says that if he refuses her, she will still do it her way, and asks if that is so. The main character then looks at him, but the guy just looks away, and the young lady asks if she can find out the reason. Kale understands that apparently this is not at all what the girl expected to hear. And in fact, there is no reason forbidding the head of the family to meet with the captain of the night squad. But to put it bluntly, he is simply jealous. And now the man is moving closer to the young lady, after which he claims that he would like her to spend her nights alone with him. The young lady is then a little surprised, but then claims that of course it is bad form to invite a person to visit at night, and she will call him in the morning and also send him away before noon. And the young lady asks if that would be better. The Duke is silent for a while after that, and then he realizes that he had put a slightly different meaning into his words. But Arcel doesn't need to know about this, so now he claims that this option suits him. The young lady then says that it seems that there was something serious in the report he recently received. And the man understands that at the moment there is nothing more serious than the situation that arose between them, after which she wonders if the girl is worried about him. And the young lady notes that it is natural. After all, they are spouses. The man then approaches the young lady again and claims that he actually has a lot of worries. The main character then thinks that he is a little close and asks if she can help him with something, after which he answers that yes and only she can calm his worries. The girl claims that in this case she must certainly help him, and the Duke asks if she can do something for him, after which he smiles, and the young lady says that if it makes him feel better, then she agrees. That same evening they are sitting together on the bed, and the young lady claims that she never expected him to make such a request. She also wonders if it will really help him feel better. The guy puts his hand on hers, and the young lady remembers how he suggested repeating that night of theirs. After the wedding, Kale understands that it was a truly sweet night, and when it seemed to him that they were truly in love with each other. But in his thoughts, he wants to bite her lips, just as then even the one who claims the position of captain of the nightly squad does not want to give her a fraction of her attention. But Arcel does not have such thoughts about him. Well, then the main character said that if it would make him feel better, then she would agree. The man then asked in shock what she had just said, and the young lady only stated that she needed to prepare something, and asked if he would wait for her in the bedroom. Now the man is just drinking wine, and the young lady turns to him, a little surprised, and asks if he is okay, because it seems to her that he drinks too quickly. The Duke replies that everything is fine, because unlike her, he does not get drunk from such a tiny amount of alcohol. The main character then asks what doubts are gnawing at him, and tells him to try to share them with her. Kale then asks if she thinks it's worth it, and then realizes that he didn't expect at all that after talking about the first wedding night, she would decide to make alcohol and offer to have a heart-to-heart talk. The girl now claims that they say that it makes her feel better if she shares her doubts and worries with someone about the man who thinks that there is nothing like that. And he understands that he wants her. Well, he thinks what will she do if he says it so directly? But he still understands that he must get closer to her, gradually. And rabbits are very sensitive to the presence of people. And they also tend to run away at the slightest sound of a hunter's footsteps. So now he claims that he was told that someone had made a request to the pirates in the nearby sea, and he himself understands that in the end, he will have to avoid answering again. Using this topic, he also asks if he should pour the young lady a drink, and the girl replies that she would like a little, and asks what request they have made of him. The man claims that they are ready to provide the pirates with money, weapons, and magicians. But in return, the pirates must rob a ship with the flag of the Janat family. And of course, those pirates will not be able to attack the Janat family, so he is worried that the customer might harm them. The main character then thinks what he is talking about, and is he really worrying about other agencies for no reason? He claims that he is so worried about them that he can't even close his eyes. The main character then says that this is how difficult the situation is, since the target is the Janat family, who is the customer and clearly belongs to the nobility. After which the young lady asks what to do, and the guy thinks how cute she is. And the young lady says that maybe this could be their chance. After all, if they send the mages, then let them do the research on Anna. The man claims that this is definitely a good way to kill two birds with one stone. And the young lady asks if this is true. She also understands that from the conversation it follows that he confidently said from sending in support of the magicians. And since they are pursuing a clear goal, then it means that talented magicians will obviously be sent, and they have no reason to refuse to use them because there are no magicians on the island. After which the young lady thinks for a moment and asks if those people will really fall into eternal sleep. The young lady also states that then she will have to reconsider this plan because they cannot use mages as sea guests. And the guy pushes her glass away and replies that no. And he also thinks that her plan is pretty good, after which he moves closer to her and pushes her onto the bed. And also claims that they are the ones who took part in the plan to attack the Janat family. So there is nothing wrong with cutting off such people's limbs and throwing them at Anna. This will be punishment for daring to threaten Janat's family. The main character then says that this is how, and yet, with a smile on her face, she claims that she is glad that she was able to help him. After which the girl closes her eyes, and the man asks if she has fallen asleep. Then he moves closer to the young lady, and also claims that this is also a punishment. Punishment for her not understanding his feelings. After which the man blows out the candles and wishes her good night, and then leaves the room. He also remembers how the girl looked at him with a smile on her face, and how he almost kissed her. Well then, the head maid turns to His Highness, and the man asks if it is some urgent matter, and also wonders what she is doing there at such an hour. The woman replies that yes, and there. Then he points to the young man standing next to him, and the Duke is shocked to see that this is the young lady's brother. Mikkel claims that they haven't seen Duke Janat for a long time. However, His Highness is only wondering what the bastard is doing there. Some time ago at the Tamila Academy, the professor approached the student, Mikkel, and asked if he was still considering becoming his student. The young man then looked at the professor with disgust, then glanced at his grade and saw that it was a B+, but he was a person who always got an A+. And now, he understands that he never made mistakes in Professor Tiara's practical classes. But this assessment is clearly revenge, for the refusal and persistence of this man is amazing. The young man understands that he must return to his older sister as soon as possible. So now he claims that he is not going. And then he turns around and says that since they have discussed everything, he will go. But the professor tells him to wait. And unfortunately today, he called him to his place for a completely different reason. And then he asks if the guy would like to conduct research outside the academy. The young man understands that if he does research outside the academy, he will not receive credit for all the practical courses he applied for this semester. And therefore, it is a mistake to consider this as retribution on the part of Professor Tiara. Well, he wonders if he has something else in mind, and wonders why the man made such an offer so suddenly, and let him not misunderstand him, because he is not asking, because he does not trust him. The professor claims that he heard that the guy arrived from the eastern part of the continent, and the young man answers that yes, and from attacks, after which the man claims that the Duchy of Jannah is just looking for a magician, after which the young man answered that he agrees. And he definitely wants to go there. A little while later, he finds himself on a ship and is sailing to the island. The guy realizes that he hasn't stepped on the deck of a ship for a long time. He also remembers that he often sailed on a ship when his parents were alive, and also that day with his sister. And now the young man sadly looks at the sea and also clenches his fists and understands that then he could not even imagine that everything would turn out this way. At this time, the guy also hears someone talking to each other, after which he uses magic, and a butterfly appears in the air. This butterfly flies up to these two, who are whispering, and he transmits the sound to the magician. Mikkel hears one of the men asking what this guy forgot on this ship, and the other wondering if he is not the May who was summoned. And he heard that the magician who will arrive this time was ordered to be served as a sea guest. The young man then thinks what they are talking about, and the man claims that he is the younger brother of Mrs. Shipowner. The guy thinks if his sister is really called Mrs. Shipowner. One of the pirates claims that the guy is the one sent by Professor TR. The young man then calls back his butterfly and understands that this will confuse everyone, not only those people but also Duke Janat, because he could not even imagine that he would come. So now the guy smiles and thinks that he wants to meet his sister as soon as possible, and he is sure that she will be happy. But at that very moment the ship tilts, and everyone on it screams, "What is this? And is it really a monster?" The young man then looks at the sky and understands that there are waves of manna there, after which he tells them to go there, because there seems to be something there. The pirate then asks if it is really that way and claims that Anna is there. The young man wonders what this is, and another pirate claims that this is the place he was assigned to explore, and Mikkel wonders if this is why they were looking for the magician. But then a very large wave comes towards them, and one of the people on the ship screams that a tsunami is coming. Mikkel then uses his powers and lifts the ship into the air, after which the tsunami passes by. The young man, at this time, only addresses the operators and tells them to tell him which way is Janat's mansion. And now he just looks at the Duke, who asks why the hell the guy is there. The young man claims that he heard that he was looking for a mage to explore a certain sea area, after which he says that no, and it seems that it was about Anna. Kale says that he does not understand how the guy found out about Anna, but there is no need for him there, and in general, it does not concern him, so let him go back. The blonde claims that he heard from the professor that he needs a wizard to constantly examine Anna, and this sounds like something very serious, so he asks if the man can handle it himself if he refuses the help of a magician. Kyle asks if the guy really wants to stay in the mansion so much, but he himself didn't even attend his sister's wedding ceremony properly. The young man then clenches his fists and claims that this is why he wants to stay there longer, in order to make sure that after his graduation from the academy, the man will definitely divorce Arsel. The Duke then claims that he seems to have already made it clear that he is not going to do so, and Mikkel claims that if he wants to go into eternal sleep, then he should continue to stand his ground all the time. Sister definitely does not want to be married to a dead man, and he thinks that at the Duke's funeral, she won't shed a tear. Mikkel also asks, with a smile on his face, isn't it important that the little sister misses her little brother madly, and if he loves her, he must think only of his sister's happiness. The Duke then only sighs and thinks that he wants to rip this guy's head off his shoulders right now. The next morning, the main character asks if a tsunami really happened and wonders if everything is okay. The maid replies that yes, and fortunately, they say that thanks to the high breakwater, the damage was minimal, but there was no way to help the people who were outside it. The main character then realizes that the book said that the damage caused by the huge tsunami to the Eastern Sea was indescribable, and the houses near the shore were destroyed and also carried away into the open waters, leaving only the foundation. And of course, there were many who fell into a crippled sleep. However, the nobles who were not harmed were only busy destroying Kale. They only said that even Duke Shanat, who is the so-called guardian of the Eastern Sea, cannot prevent natural disasters. And now, the main character thinks that this time they won't be able to bare their teeth like that. And of course, she's a little worried about Kale's reaction. But now she claims that she's glad that the damage was minimal. The maid replies that yes, and now the inhabitants of the feud are busy praising the sage and the Janat family. The main character only smiles after this and understands that she managed to save many lives, and now the expenses for the Tinta forest will also be borne by the Janat family. If you clear it out in time and capture the gold mine, then the Liar family will never know the need for money. This girl says that the woman should order that more attention be paid to the victims, to which she agrees, and says that it will be done. The main character also looks at the bed and understands that she is sure that yesterday after drinking wine, she fell asleep with Kale, but she thinks that it turns out that he did not sleep there. And it's not that she's worried about his ass on a cold night, but rather she's afraid that she might throw him out and go to bed again. And now she's asking where Kale is. But when the maid looks away, the girl wonders what kind of reaction this is. The woman claims that he greeted one guest and is busy eliminating the consequences of the tsunami. The main character understands that she has no idea how she appeared before him yesterday, but first, she needs to meet and talk to him about business. And the young lady asks if it turns out that he is now in the office, because she will need to go to him. But when the main character opens the door, then he sees his brother in front of him. And a little while later, the three of them are sitting at the table. Arce wonders if he came there to investigate Anna. And the young man with a smile on his face replies that yes, and that's exactly it. The Duke at this time only gloomily sips his tea, and the main character tells the guy to wait. And he remembers how the Duke told the servants to take the magicians as sea guests and send them to Anna. That's why now, the girl looks at the Duke in shock and wonders if he will really treat Mikkel like a sea guest. Kale only claims that the plan had to be cancelled, after which he grabs the young man by the clothes. And he asks how he can send his wife's beloved brother to Anna as a sea guest. The blonde is only angry after this, but claims that it is true, and he agreed to cooperate for his sister's sake. The main character then thinks, isn't that called grabbing someone by the chest? After which, she says, what a relief it is, but then turns to Kale and asks if it would be okay if Mikkel found out about Janat's family. The man then asks if there is another option, and he just needs to keep his mouth shut. He also remembers how he spoke to the guy yesterday and claimed that he could only stay there under one condition, and he is forbidden to tell strangers about the Duchy of Janat. The guy then asked why he would fulfill this condition, and the Duke answered that it was because Arcel would hardly want to see the lifeless body of his younger brother. And the young man is now wondering if this man thinks that he will just fall into eternal sleep. The main character at this time turns to her brother and then puts her hand on his, and he claims that he must keep secret everything he learns about the Duchy of Janat. And she asks him to. The young man is a little embarrassed after this and says that of course he will do it. The agency claims that he is immensely glad that the guy made such a promise, and the main character also thanks him. And the young man understands that this game is against the rules. And what the hell kind of secret is this that makes him go so far? The brunette then turns to Arcel, and they say that yesterday morning the coast was covered by a huge tsunami, and he was told that the area where the breakwater was located would be safe. The young lady claims that this is truly good news, and the man claims that he is genuinely curious. How did she find out about everything? And he understands that his fate is to find out this secret, but no matter how much he asks, he is unlikely to get an answer. And the man thinks how deep he must enter her heart for her to share her secret with him. Now he also claims that he has also ordered to buy the forest of Tinta in the name of the Liar family, and as promised, the management fee will also be taken by the Janat family. Mikkel then asks if they mean Tint as a poisonous forest. The girl replies that it is true, and she bought it, and also thinks that this place will be an ideal research site for him. But she herself thinks that in truth, it was bought because of the gold mine there. The young man at this time says that sister is the best, and the Duke at this time turns to the girl and says that the one she wants to make captain of the nightly detachment of Liar has also arrived. The main character then says that this is Khan, after which she rises from her seat and claims that she cannot meet him in this form. She also needs to change her clothes urgently, after which she leaves these two in the room, and they are silent for a while. The young man then turns to the Duke and asks if he is going to leave, but the man only asks why he should leave the reception room of his own villa. Mikkel claims that this is the business of the Liar family, and the Duke claims that the affairs of the Liar family are also the affairs of the Janat family. The young man then cries out that when he graduates from the academy, all this will end. A little while later, the main character returns to the room and asks if they have been waiting for a long time. The two guys seeing her are a little embarrassed, and the main character also turns to the knight and tells him to go inside, after which he does so, and the young lady claims that she just ran into him on the way there, and that he is a knight of the Liar family named Khan. The man seeing the Duke is a little surprised and asks if this is His Highness Duke Janat. He also claims to be a knight of the Liar family named Kane. The Duke then examines the guy, and he understands that he does not bow to anyone who is not his master, and he did not think that he sees a well-bred knight in front of him. But the problem is only in sword skills. Kale then rises from his seat and claims that he will leave them because he has some things to do, and they can talk calmly. The main character then says that this is how it is, and her brother just smiles at this time. And with his whole appearance, he seems to say that the Duke was a failure, and also says goodbye to him. The man then passes by the knight and then leaves. Then he turns to Shiati, and he tells her to gather information about the Tinta forest, and whether there is anything valuable there other than the presence of poison. Let her examine all the goods that circulate on the Liar family's trade route, and find out what products they mainly distribute, and also learn a little more about the Liar family. The knight at this time asks if the lady really wants to appoint him captain of the Liar knightly squad, and asks how he can take such an important position. The girl claims that of course she is not asking him to immediately organize a knightly detachment and take command into his own hands, but let him just start preparing everything necessary so that he can become the captain of the night squad before she heads to Liar's residence, and also let the guy not worry about the financial part and just slowly recruit talented people. After all, she knows that at the academy he graduated from, he had several people who were close in spirit, and especially among them, a man named Dane stands out. Is he then a little surprised and wonders how the lady found out about him, and whether she has already studied all his surroundings. After which he claims that the thing is that there are times when he behaves somewhat incorrectly, so he looks with apprehension at the prospect of bringing him to the mistress. However, the girl says that, nevertheless, the guy should bring him to her because she needs him. Or to be more precise, she needs the information guild that his family runs. The guy then asks if Dane is really doing something like that, and the girl replies that she is sure of it and that the family's financial situation has simply been undermined by a lack of money. The reason why Janat was able to quickly take control of the Eastern Sea and dominate the area as a pirate and as a guardian of the Eastern region was because he paid special attention to information despite having enormous military power. A group that collects and processes information is something that the Liar family does not have. And then she remembered that one of Khan's classmates was originally named Dane, and he was the prominent leader of a declining information guild. Dane's family faces bankruptcy, but the future could be completely different if someone provides them with financial assistance. The guy then says that it will be done, but the lady says that the academy he graduated from is located in the central part of the country, so he knows nothing about the Eastern Sea and the surrounding areas of the Liar family's possession. The main character says that it is okay, because from now on, the Liar family will not use sea routes, and to protect the family, she needs people from the central part of the country, those who are like her in spirit, and who can rebuild the county of Liar. The young man then claims that he dares not doubt the abilities of the head of the Liar house. After all, Liar is a family with strong roots. The main character at this time understands that in the situation, when all the service personnel were fired, the guy intended to restore his family and build the information guild that had passed on to him, as well as create a new search squad. At this time, the young man claims that there is a problem with financing, but the girl says that he does not need to worry about this at all. and she will explain everything in more detail when she arrives in Lyre, because this is not something you can say to someone else's family. After which the knight says that he understood her, and then he bows and is about to leave. But the young lady turns to him and asserts that in the future, Lyre will be no different from the families of the central part of the country, and she wants him to bring people who will help lay the foundation for this, those who will be as devoted as he is. The guy then gets down on one knee, and he takes the mistress's hand in his own, and also asserts that he will do everything possible to fulfill the order of the head of the family. The main character claims that she is counting on him, and understands that as expected, it would be a great waste if the guy disappeared in accordance with the bad ending that she expected. The girl then suggests to her brother that they go have breakfast, but the young man stops her, and he claims that he needs to exchange a few phrases with that person, after which the guy goes out into the corridor, uses her magic to create a bird out of it, after which the bird lands on the knight's shoulder. Mikkel smiles at this time, and understands that the Information Guild is a tool that depends on how you use it. It can serve both for good and for evil, and let's say it can be used as a dangerous poison that can dry people out. So if he wants Arcel's hands to stay clean, then someone else has to do all the dirty work. After which, he returns to his sister, and the girl asks what they didn't talk about, but her brother only smiles after that, and claims that it is a secret. A little while later, the maid turns to the master, and he claims that as he asked, she collected information about who came into contact with Viscount Parr. Many saw the Viscount talking to the Duke at the wedding ceremony. And then there were several secret meetings, and now they have evidence that Viscount Parr has gained access to the personal villa of Duke Dihez. The Duke is silent for a while after that, and then he asks at what wedding ceremony. The woman answers that it is his, and the guy at this time thinks that Duke Dihez cares so much about the hierarchy that he is even ready to contact the operators in order to overtake the Janot family. And the man now thinks that if his father were alive, no one would dare to do something like that. So now he says that this man doesn't put him in anything, and also orders to first tell Patient to accept their support. The woman then wants to object, but the Duke asserts that if they want to hide their superiority, then they should accept that proposal. And as soon as they notice that Duke Dihez has started to do something, then let them immediately report to him. And the man also understands that if we talk about what is bothering him, it is the fact that Viscount Parr is Arcel's uncle. So now the man tells her to find out what the terms of the deal are between these two. A little while later, the young lady's brother is already on the ship, and he turns to his sister, and also asks if she said that they were going to the island of Janat. After which he says that no, and it seems that it was about Anna. Kale says that he does not understand how the guy found out about Anna, but there is no need for him there, and in general, it does not concern him, so let him go back. The blonde claims that he heard from the professor that he needs a wizard to constantly examine Anna, and this sounds like something very serious, so he asks if the man can handle it himself if he refuses the help of a magician. Kyle asks if the guy really wants to stay in the mansion so much, but he himself didn't even attend his sister's wedding ceremony properly. The young man then clenches his fists and claims that this is why he wants to stay there longer, in order to make sure that after his graduation from the academy, the man will definitely divorce Arcel. The Duke then claims that he seems to have already made it clear that he is not going to do so, and Mikkel claims that if he wants to go into eternal sleep, then he should continue to stand his ground all the time. Sister definitely does not want to be married to a dead man, and he thinks that at the Duke's funeral, she won't shed a tear. Mikkel also asks, with a smile on his face, isn't it important that the little sister misses her little brother madly, and if he loves her, he must think only of his sister's happiness. The Duke then only sighs and thinks that he wants to rip this guy's head off his shoulders right now. The next morning, the main character asks if a tsunami really happened and wonders if everything is okay. The maid replies that yes, And fortunately, they say that thanks to the high breakwater, the damage was minimal, but there was no way to help the people who were outside it. The main character then realizes that the book said that the damage caused by the huge tsunami to the eastern sea was indescribable, and the houses near the shore were destroyed and also carried away into the open waters, leaving only the foundation. And of course, there were many who fell into a crippled sleep. However, the nobles who were not harmed were only busy destroying Kale. They only said that even Duke Shanat, who is the so-called guardian of the Eastern Sea, cannot prevent natural disasters. And now, the main character thinks that this time they won't be able to bare their teeth like that. And of course, she's a little worried about Kale's reaction. But now she claims that she's glad that the damage was minimal. The maid replies that yes, and now the inhabitants of the feud are busy praising the sage and the Janat family. The main character only smiles after this and understands that she managed to save many lives, and now the expenses for the Tinta forest will also be borne by the Janat family. If you clear it out in time and capture the gold mine, then the Liar family will never know the need for money. This girl says that the woman should order that more attention be paid to the victims, to which she agrees, and says that it will be done. The main character also looks at the bed and understands that she is sure that yesterday after drinking wine, she fell asleep with Kale, but she thinks that it turns out that he did not sleep there. And it's not that she's worried about his ass on a cold night, but rather she's afraid that she might throw him out and go to bed again. And now she's asking where Kale is. But when the maid looks away, the girl wonders what kind of reaction this is. The woman claims that he greeted one guest and is busy eliminating the consequences of the tsunami. The main character understands that she has no idea how she appeared before him yesterday, but first, she needs to meet and talk to him about business. And the young lady asks if it turns out that he is now in the office, because she will need to go to him. But when the main character opens the door, then he sees his brother in front of him. And a little while later, the three of them are sitting at the table. Arce wonders if he came there to investigate Anna. And the young man with a smile on his face replies that yes, and that's exactly it. The Duke at this time only gloomily sips his tea, and the main character tells the guy to wait. And he remembers how the Duke told the servants to take the magicians as sea guests and send them to Anna. That's why now, the girl looks at the Duke in shock and wonders if he will really treat Mikkel like a sea guest. Kale only claims that the plan had to be cancelled, after which he grabs the young man by the clothes. And he asks how he can send his wife's beloved brother to Anna as a sea guest. The blonde is only angry after this, but claims that it is true, and he agreed to cooperate for his sister's sake. The main character then thinks, isn't that called grabbing someone by the chest? After which, she says, what a relief it is, but then turns to Kale and asks if it would be okay if Mikkel found out about Janat's family. The man then asks if there is another option, and he just needs to keep his mouth shut. He also remembers how he spoke to the guy yesterday and claimed that he could only stay there under one condition, and he is forbidden to tell strangers about the Duchy of Janat. The guy then asked why he would fulfill this condition, and the Duke answered that it was because Arcel would hardly want to see the lifeless body of his younger brother. And the young man is now wondering if this man thinks that he will just fall into eternal sleep. The main character at this time turns to her brother and then puts her hand on his, and he claims that he must keep secret everything he learns about the Duchy of Janat. And she asks him to. The young man is a little embarrassed after this and says that of course he will do it. The agency claims that he is immensely glad that the guy made such a promise, and the main character also thanks him. And the young man understands that this game is against the rules. And what the hell kind of secret is this that makes him go so far? The brunette then turns to Arcel, and they say that yesterday morning the coast was covered by a huge tsunami, and he was told that the area where the breakwater was located would be safe. The young lady claims that this is truly good news, and the man claims that he is genuinely curious. How did she find out about everything? And he understands that his fate is to find out this secret but no matter how much he asks, he is unlikely to get an answer. And the man thinks how deep he must enter her heart for her to share her secret with him. Now he also claims that he has also ordered to buy the forest of Tinta in the name of the Liar family, and as promised, the management fee will also be taken by the Janat family. Mikkel then asks if they mean Tint as a poisonous forest. The girl replies that it is true, and she bought it, and also thinks that this place will be an ideal research site for him. But she herself thinks that in truth, it was bought because of the gold mine there. The young man at this time says that sister is the best, and the Duke at this time turns to the girl and says that the one she wants to make captain of the nightly detachment of Liar has also arrived. The main character then says that this is Khan, after which she rises from her seat and claims that she cannot meet him in this form. She also needs to change her clothes urgently, after which she leaves these two in the room, and they are silent for a while. The young man then turns to the Duke and asks if he is going to leave, but the man only asks why he should leave the reception room of his own villa. Mikkel claims that this is the business of the Liar family, and the Duke claims that the affairs of the Liar family are also the affairs of the Janat family. The young man then cries out that when he graduates from the academy, all this will end. A little while later, the main character returns to the room and asks if they have been waiting for a long time. The two guys seeing her are a little embarrassed, and the main character also turns to the knight and tells him to go inside, after which he does so, and the young lady claims that she just ran into him on the way there, and that he is a knight of the Liar family named Khan. The man seeing the Duke is a little surprised and asks if this is His Highness Duke Janat. He also claims to be a knight of the Liar family named Kane. The Duke then examines the guy, and he understands that he does not bow to anyone who is not his master, and he did not think that he sees a well-bred knight in front of him. But the problem is only in sword skills. Kale then rises from his seat and claims that he will leave them because he has some things to do, and they can talk calmly. The main character then says that this is how it is, and her brother just smiles at this time. And with his whole appearance, he seems to say that the Duke was a failure, and also says goodbye to him. The man then passes by the knight and then leaves. Then he turns to Shiati, and he tells her to gather information about the Tinta forest, and whether there is anything valuable there other than the presence of poison. Let her examine all the goods that circulate on the Liar family's trade route, and find out what products they mainly distribute, and also learn a little more about the Liar family. The knight at this time asks if the lady really wants to appoint him captain of the Liar knightly squad, and asks how he can take such an important position. The girl claims that of course she is not asking him to immediately organize a knightly detachment and take command into his own hands, but let him just start preparing everything necessary so that he can become the captain of the night squad before she heads to Liar's residence, and also let the guy not worry about the financial part and just slowly recruit talented people. After all, she knows that at the academy he graduated from, he had several people who were close in spirit, and especially among them, a man named Dane stands out. Is he then a little surprised and wonders how the lady found out about him, and whether she has already studied all his surroundings. After which he claims that the thing is that there are times when he behaves somewhat incorrectly, so he looks with apprehension at the prospect of bringing him to the mistress. However, the girl says that nevertheless, the guy should bring him to her because she needs him. Or to be more precise, she needs the information guild that his family runs. The guy then asks if Dane is really doing something like that, and the girl replies that she is sure of it and that the family's financial situation has simply been undermined by a lack of money. The reason why Janat was able to quickly take control of the Eastern Sea and dominate the area as a pirate and as a guardian of the Eastern region was because he paid special attention to information despite having enormous military power. A group that collects and processes information is something that the Liar family does not have. And then she remembered that one of Khan's classmates was originally named Dane, and he was the prominent leader of a declining information guild. Dane's family faces bankruptcy, but the future could be completely different if someone provides them with financial assistance. The guy then says that it will be done, but the lady says that the academy he graduated from is located in the central part of the country, so he knows nothing about the Eastern Sea and the surrounding areas of the Liar family's possession. The main character says that it is okay, because from now on, the Liar family will not use sea routes, and to protect the family, she needs people from the central part of the country, those who are like her in spirit, and who can rebuild the county of Liar. The young man then claims that he dares not doubt the abilities of the head of the Liar house. After all, Liar is a family with strong roots. The main character at this time understands that in the situation, when all the service personnel were fired, the guy intended to restore his family and build the information guild that had passed on to him, as well as create a new search squad. At this time, the young man claims that there is a problem with financing, but the girl says that he does not need to worry about this at all, and she will explain everything in more detail when she arrives in Liar, because this is not something you can say to someone else's family, after which the knight says that he understood her, and then he bows and is about to leave, but the young lady turns to him and asserts that in the future, Liar will be no different from the families of the central part of the country, and she wants him to bring people who will help lay the foundation for this, those who will be as devoted as he is. The guy then gets down on one knee, and he takes the mistress's hand in his own, and also asserts that he will do everything possible to fulfill the order of the head of the family. The main character claims that she is counting on him, and understands that as expected, it would be a great waste if the guy disappeared in accordance with the bad ending that she expected. The girl then suggests to her brother that they go have breakfast, but the young man stops her, and he claims that he needs to exchange a few phrases with that person, after which the guy goes out into the corridor, uses her magic to create a bird out of it, after which the bird lands on the knight's shoulder. Mikkel smiles at this time, and understands that the Information Guild is a tool that depends on how you use it. It can serve both for good and for evil, and let's say it can be used as a dangerous poison that can dry people out. So if he wants Arcel's hands to stay clean, then someone else has to do all the dirty work. After which, he returns to his sister, and the girl asks what they didn't talk about, but her brother only smiles after that, and claims that it is a secret. A little while later, the maid turns to the master, and he claims that as he asked, she collected information about who came into contact with Viscount Parr. Many saw the Viscount talking to the Duke at the wedding ceremony, and then there were several secret meetings, and now they have evidence that Viscount Parr has gained access to the personal villa of Duke Dihez. The Duke is silent for a while after that, and then he asks at what wedding ceremony. The woman answers that it is his, and the guy at this time thinks that Duke Dihez cares so much about the hierarchy that he is even ready to contact the operators in order to overtake the Janot family. And the man now thinks that if his father were alive, no one would dare to do something like that. So now he says that this man doesn't put him in anything, and also orders to first tell Patient to accept their support. The woman then wants to object, but the Duke asserts that if they want to hide their superiority, then they should accept that proposal. And as soon as they notice that Duke Dihez has started to do something, then let them immediately report to him. And the man also understands that if we talk about what is bothering him, it is the fact that Viscount Parr is Arcel's uncle. So now the man tells her to find out what the terms of the deal are between these two. A little while later, the young lady's brother is already on the ship, and he turns to his sister, and also asks if she said that they were going to the island of Janat. How did she find out about everything? And he understands that his fate is to find out this secret, but no matter how much he asks, he is unlikely to get an answer. And the man thinks how deep he must enter her heart for her to share her secret with him. Now he also claims that he has also ordered to buy the forest of Tinta in the name of the Liar family, and as promised, the management fee will also be taken by the Janat family. Mikkel then asks if they mean Tint as a poisonous forest. The girl replies that it is true, and she bought it, and also thinks that this place will be an ideal research site for him. But she herself thinks that in truth, it was bought because of the gold mine there. The young man at this time says that sister is the best, and the Duke at this time turns to the girl and says that the one she wants to make captain of the nightly detachment of Liar has also arrived. The main character then says that this is Khan, after which she rises from her seat and claims that she cannot meet him in this form. She also needs to change her clothes urgently, after which she leaves these two in the room, and they are silent for a while. The young man then turns to the Duke and asks if he is going to leave, but the man only asks why he should leave the reception room of his own villa. Mikkel claims that this is the business of the Liar family, and the Duke claims that the affairs of the Liar family are also the affairs of the Janat family. The young man then cries out that when he graduates from the academy, all this will end. A little while later, the main character returns to the room and asks if they have been waiting for a long time. The two guys seeing her are a little embarrassed, and the main character also turns to the knight and tells him to go inside, after which he does so, and the young lady claims that she just ran into him on the way there, and that he is a knight of the Liar family named Khan. The man seeing the Duke is a little surprised and asks if this is His Highness Duke Janat. He also claims to be a knight of the Liar family named Kane. The Duke then examines the guy, and he understands that he does not bow to anyone who is not his master, and he did not think that he sees a well-bred knight in front of him. But the problem is only in sword skills. Kale then rises from his seat and claims that he will leave them because he has some things to do, and they can talk calmly. The main character then says that this is how it is, and her brother just smiles at this time. And with his whole appearance, he seems to say that the Duke was a failure, and also says goodbye to him. The man then passes by the knight and then leaves. Then he turns to Shiati, and he tells her to gather information about the Tinta forest, and whether there is anything valuable there other than the presence of poison. Let her examine all the goods that circulate on the Liar family's trade route, and find out what products they mainly distribute, and also learn a little more about the Liar family. The knight at this time asks if the lady really wants to appoint him captain of the Liar knightly squad, and asks how he can take such an important position. The girl claims that of course she is not asking him to immediately organize a knightly detachment and take command into his own hands, but let him just start preparing everything necessary so that he can become the captain of the night squad before she heads to Liar's residence, and also let the guy not worry about the financial part and just slowly recruit talented people. After all, she knows that at the academy he graduated from, he had several people who were close in spirit, and especially among them, a man named Dane stands out. Is he then a little surprised and wonders how the lady found out about him, and whether she has already studied all his surroundings. After which he claims that the thing is that there are times when he behaves somewhat incorrectly, so he looks with apprehension at the prospect of bringing him to the mistress. However, the girl says that nevertheless, the guy should bring him to her because she needs him. Or to be more precise, she needs the information guild that his family runs. The guy then asks if Dane is really doing something like that, and the girl replies that she is sure of it and that the family's financial situation has simply been undermined by a lack of money. The reason why Janat was able to quickly take control of the Eastern Sea and dominate the area as a pirate and as a guardian of the Eastern region was because he paid special attention to information despite having enormous military power. A group that collects and processes information is something that the Liar family does not have. And then she remembered that one of Khan's classmates was originally named Dane, and he was the prominent leader of a declining information guild. Dane's family faces bankruptcy, but the future could be completely different if someone provides them with financial assistance. The guy then says that it will be done, but the lady says that the academy he graduated from is located in the central part of the country, so he knows nothing about the Eastern Sea and the surrounding areas of the Liar family's possession. The main character says that it is okay, because from now on, the Liar family will not use sea routes, and to protect the family, she needs people from the central part of the country, those who are like her in spirit, and who can rebuild the county of Liar. The young man then claims that he dares not doubt the abilities of the head of the Liar house. After all, Liar is a family with strong roots. The main character at this time understands that in the situation, when all the service personnel were fired, the guy intended to restore his family and build the information guild that had passed on to him, as well as create a new search squad. At this time, the young man claims that there is a problem with financing, but the girl says that he does not need to worry about this at all, and she will explain everything in more detail when she arrives in Liar, because this is not something you can say to someone else's family, after which the knight says that he understood her, and then he bows and is about to leave, but the young lady turns to him and asserts that in the future, Liar will be no different from the families of the central part of the country, and she wants him to bring people who will help lay the foundation for this, those who will be as devoted as he is. The guy then gets down on one knee, and he takes the mistress's hand in his own, and also asserts that he will do everything possible to fulfill the order of the head of the family. The main character claims that she is counting on him, and understands that as expected, it would be a great waste if the guy disappeared in accordance with the bad ending that she expected. The girl then suggests to her brother that they go have breakfast, but the young man stops her, and he claims that he needs to exchange a few phrases with that person, after which the guy goes out into the corridor, uses her magic to create a bird out of it, after which the bird lands on the knight's shoulder. Mikkel smiles at this time, and understands that the Information Guild is a tool that depends on how you use it. It can serve both for good and for evil, and let's say it can be used as a dangerous poison that can dry people out. So if he wants Arcel's hands to stay clean, then someone else has to do all the dirty work. After which, he returns to his sister, and the girl asks what they didn't talk about, but her brother only smiles after that, and claims that it is a secret. A little while later, the maid turns to the master, and he claims that as he asked, she collected information about who came into contact with Viscount Parr. Many saw the Viscount talking to the Duke at the wedding ceremony, and then there were several secret meetings, and now they have evidence that Viscount Parr has gained access to the personal villa of Duke Dihez. The Duke is silent for a while after that, and then he asks at what wedding ceremony. The woman answers that it is his, and the guy at this time thinks that Duke Dihez cares so much about the hierarchy that he is even ready to contact the operators in order to overtake the Janot family. And the man now thinks that if his father were alive, no one would dare to do something like that. So now he says that this man doesn't put him in anything, and also orders to first tell Patient to accept their support. The woman then wants to object, but the Duke asserts that if they want to hide their superiority, then they should accept that proposal. And as soon as they notice that Duke Dihez has started to do something, then let them immediately report to him. And the man also understands that if we talk about what is bothering him, it is the fact that Viscount Parr is Arcel's uncle. So now the man tells her to find out what the terms of the deal are between these two. A little while later, the young lady's brother is already on the ship, and he turns to his sister, and also asks if she said that they were going to the island of Janat.